Screen narrator. This game includes disable.
Hey, Sim. Am I still trying it? Well. I want to, I like sometimes trying something fresh and new, you know what I mean?
Show me your hands. Fight with fury. Then rest.
Also, what happened, Sim, is I may have accidentally forgot to I paused my subscription, but then it unpaused itself because there's like a time limit or something. Anyway, you probably know better than me. And I realized that I had to like pay for it, like
just in time
I had
for the
a
hunt.
month left on it. So then I was like, oh fuck. But I also, I don't know. Like I know it has a lot of problems, but it is so I canceled the subscription, Sim, but I think I still have like a month left on it.
Off with you then.
But I guess Sim, like, yeah, maybe I should wait a sec. Okay, I'm gonna do something here. So anyway, and I'm very critical of WoW, and I don't like it as much as FF14, but every now and then I like to take a break from FF14. And yeah. You can freeze your XP. Oh, I think do you see how this bar here? Do you see this blue? I don't know if you can oh, sorry. That's my bad. So this bar down here at the bottom, the XP bar that I can't really drag up, but anyway, you see the bar down here. It's overclocked right now, so it didn't naturally go up. It's already frozen. Yes, because I'm playing on a free account now. This is a completely free character. So anyway, yeah. TLDR, like, so because of that, I was like, well, should I play this free character or anyway? I'm confused by the whole game, frankly, but I think the sub that I failed to pause is on my other account, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like, yeah. Yeah. I think I just got a bunch of like different quests that I can do. I guess I'm not averse to playing the game because it's just fun to explore like a different world and in a different game, if that makes sense. So I'm not. Wait a minute. Am I even going in the right direction? Can I beat this thing? Yeah, it's a different account, Sim. So I think I'll be okay. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Can I even take this thing on? I forget my abilities. I'm kind of remembering something. I think these are NPCs next to me. Or other characters. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I thought about loading into Final Fantasy XIV and doing some Dark Knight quests. I did think about that. Which reminds me, I should probably reassure people that there's an image. Yeah, let's do an image. Browse. Yeah. There we go. Hey. When you select it, you can see golden dragon border, so it's stronger. Oh. Yeah. I think like a lot of these might be going to get really hard. But we'll see. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm fine. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Oh, hey, Emmy. Just hanging out, waiting for folks to come in. I hope it says that on the screen up at the top. Because I do have like a couple videos we can watch. I'm a little bit mentally still. Like, I've been just sleeping a lot and not like still very low. Still a very low energy. But broadcast, yeah. Are you an actual dragon in WoW? Yes, I am a Speely. Uh-oh. Okay. So this is my dragon boy. But he has a dragon form. Yeah. Yeah, So I have it set so that he maintains his dragon form. He's handsome. Yes, I tried my best to make him attractive to myself, because that's very important to me as a player. If I'm not attracted to my character, then chances are I won't play the game extensively. That's just the way I roll. There's a level of like RP. There's some stuff about WoW that drives me nuts. And will always drive me nuts, because it's not intended to be that kind of game, if that makes sense. Low. Yeah, good point. Oh, right, maybe I didn't. Okay, wait 1 second, actually. I'm going to exit. Wait a minute, no, cancel. First, I'm going to get me to a sanctuary of some kind. Where was the place? Map. I don't care what anybody says. The map situation in WoW is absolute dog shit. Where is the inn? Is it an inn? No. Where is it? Well, anyway. Oh. Okay, people are coming in. Okay. Yeah, I think the map situation in WoW is absolute shit. Like the default stuff is like super annoying. Just like so annoying. But some people like it. I am not one of those. You know, alas. I was just waiting and burning time until people rolled in, but we got a couple people now. I was gonna watch a video or two and then maybe play something afterwards, but I'm not sure. Just 'cause I'm still recovering from exams. So I kind of feel like head empty type of vibe. So yeah. How is everybody doing anyway? So midnight then? You're working on a throw blanket for yourself for the winter. Oh, nice. That's cool. Okay, so we have Sim in here. I hope Sim is doing well. Sim was just chilling with me for a bit. We have Emmy. We have Jonathan. We have Royal. Hello. Royal. Yeah, maybe I should... Wait 1 second. Yeah, I'm muted. Sorry, guys. I'm so out of it today. I'm so coming off of mentally... I just did a lot of studying. And I did very well, but I did a lot of studying. And then before that was Party's special wedding. And the family stuff. So, yeah. How long was I talking? I don't know, probably too long. So yeah, I'm feeling like mentally just really checked out. And I feel like when you're doing reacts to something, you gotta be like mentally there. And I'm like so not mentally there. But we're gonna try for like one video, maybe two. And then if I feel like I'm a wet rag, I'll probably go and play a game instead. So, yeah. But yeah, party had a special weekend a couple weeks ago now, I guess. Looks like Arm is trying out or enjoying some really awesome combo of walnuts and tea. I'm sipping coffee. It's my first coffee of the day, actually. I slept all day. Because right now I'm awake at night, essentially. I fucked my sleep schedule up so badly. But I usually do that like once or twice a year anyway, so it was bound to happen. But yeah, I definitely... Oh. Ideally, immediately after roasting. Yeah. Is it just one class or full-time? Full-time is for young folks. I was doing 3 classes at once, and 4 classes counts as full-time. So I was basically I was doing on the cusp of full-time while working more or less full-time. So yeah, I would have such a headache if I waited that long for my coffee. Well, the key, Emmy, is to not be awake in the day. Then you won't notice that you haven't had your coffee. I was up until, oh man, 6, 7 this morning. So I slept between 7 or 8. I think I slept for like 10 hours, maybe. Hopefully you feel better. Thank you. I'm physically okay. I'm just kind of mentally like donezo. And I also think I'm just low-key worrying about shit. There's a couple things that I need to firm up. There's a couple things that are on the cusp of happening and they're not happening as fast as I want them to happen. You know, just adult shit. And then my boss came back to me and was like, hey, are you going to do that course thing? Like, are you going to write that one course for 1984? So, during my 2-week break, I have to get started on doing more work for my boss on top of regular work. So, and there's other stuff I have to do. Anyway, I feel like I'm complaining, but I guess I'm just giving excuses for why we may not watch a ton tonight. Money to pay for school? No. No, I'm trying to take out a loan with the government. But trying to get money when you are working in Canada is difficult. So I had to go about it a certain way. Doing double work while on break, isn't that what they call not a break? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, I wanted to make sure I got covered by a loan from the government called OSAP. So I decided to apply for full-time. So this 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 semester, you guys might see even less of me because I'll be doing 4 classes instead of 3 on top of work. So we'll see how I do. Ugh. Oh my gosh, I'm literally yawning after sleeping all day long. I need to go outside, except it's raining outside now. But anyway. Okay, let's see how people are doing. We know how Royal is doing. Royal's enjoying tea with walnuts. Emmy is probably feeling better. She's making a blanket. You need something to pep you up. Yeah, I need something to pep me up. Like something to get me mad. Oh, to get me mad? Oh, gee. A snack. Oh, hey. Wow, well. Or a smack. Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe Party will come over and deal one on me. Why not both? Yeah. Timmy's? No, I have coffee in my hand. I'm sipping coffee. I'm feeling, wait, okay, you know what? Maybe we'll just watch we'll start watching this video that's talking about why everyone stopped reading. I feel like okay, maybe we haven't seen this before. But we're going to talk about why everybody has stopped reading. That's what we're going to watch. Maybe I'll get scared. Why does the loan require full-time school? To get more money, you have to go to school more. Sim. So if I don't go to school enough, then I can't get enough money to cover my school. And if I work too much and have too much money, then they will reevaluate your loan halfway through the school year, and you'll be fucked as well. But the good news is that I'm not getting paid a lot these days, so it looks like I'll get a full coverage. But I also kind of don't want that, because then that just means I owe the government more, so it's just... It's like a win-lose, win-lose situation. So, it's just really... yeah. You can't get a loan for doing the same number of courses over a longer period of time. Not necessarily, but I don't want to do it over a longer period of time, Sim. And the reason is because Party, for those of you who don't know, Party got married. Yeah. Our mod is now a shackled woman. And she married a man on the other side of the fence. So soon she will be pledging allegiance to the flag. Under one nation, under God. Something not to be divided by something, freedom, justice for all. Something. So she got to go be with her hubby soon. Who is Dane, by the way. So Tepio's Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, hey, Wooly. Hello. Hello, Tim. Hello, Tepios. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Hello, Shay. I hope everybody is doing well. Hello, Epic. I'm scrolling up. I switched to live chat. Remember to switch to live chat, everybody. Otherwise, you'll miss people. I hope everybody is enjoying the she will own guns, and finally hello Leo. Party is very good at shooting a gun, but she doesn't like them. Always good to see another American rise up from the rags of a lesser country. I mean, yay, love and romance. At party. No maid for party. No. She will escape. She will escape the culling. Yeah, so because party wants to have a life with her beloved, I have to be able to carry rent on my own. So I need to get a better job. So I have to do it really fast, Sim. So it's basically, I want to keep this apartment and not move back in with my parents. And to do that, I need to have a better job. To get a better job, I need to get into a better sector. Get into a better sector, I need to get a diploma in something. So that's why I can't take my time. Yes, it's been very cool up here at night as well. About 15 degrees Celsius at night in where I live. And it will go up to about 20, 25 in the daytime, but it will drop to about 15. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm glad to have an opportunity to go to school and shake things up. Because I want to do more streaming and playing games and stuff. There are some games that we have not finished, I've not finished, that I want to finish. So if I can reclaim my nights back, it would be great. So, yeah. Best in lottery tickets, they work. Yet moving back with your parents at 40 does not spark joy. Okay, so Wooly, here's the thing. I have a pretty good relationship with my parents. The problem is, do you guys remember when I was living in their house for a short bit earlier this year? Was it earlier last year, actually? The house that they live in, the walls are very thin. So they can hear everything. And you can hear everything. And so it's just not conducive to, like, hanging out with a friend late at night or gaming late at night or streaming late at night. And, like, I even would worry if I wanted to, like, put something on my tablet and play a mobile game on my phone, but I didn't want to wear a earbuds or a headset. I would worry that my parents would overhear my tablet playing too loud. So it's not so much that I have problems with my parents, because my parents and I, we get on pretty well. It's more the fact that, like, my mom would come into my room and try to offer me clothing, and she would, like, come into my bedroom and try to, like, tidy things without my permission, and the walls are very thin. So yes, yeah, so if I get a better job, then I can go and stay with Emmy for longer periods of time. Wooly says it's 20 to 30 degrees Celsius here. The humidity is dropped. Ooh, that sounds not so bad, Wooly. But is that still cold for you? It will be around 10 degrees, yeah. It wasn't conducive to night owls? No. So you're saying you don't want to hear your parents having fun, Chieko? No! Yeah! Yeah! No! Yeah. No. She's required to drag you to Horrocks, if so. What is Horrocks? What is Horrocks? Is this a Michigan thing? My preferred temps are 16 to 24 Celsius. Perfect for sandals and a t-shirt. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I can roll with that, Wooly. I can roll with that. 16 degrees to 24 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's like beautiful temperatures right there. Man, we're so close to that. We're so close to that. We'll get there. But I think we might still have like an Indian summer to survive through first before we can like actually enjoy cooler Yeah. Emmy loves hanging out with me and I love hanging out with her. We enjoy traveling together as well. So one day, maybe next year, something will happen. So it would be a treat. Okay. So here's the video. I've been trying to make a list of stuff I've seen and stuff I've not seen. So we're going to check this out like the first few minutes and see. And then if we feel like we've seen this before, then we'll move to the next one. Oh, hello. Hello, Ben. I just gotta go and do something. Wait 1 second. Okay. Were you guys able to hear my creamy keyboard when I was typing? Probably not, right? How are people enjoying the new microphone? I got a new microphone as a gift from Party and my one brother. And I think so far it's been doing pretty well. I think Ruzi was still with us? Okay. So then let's move this over here. But basically, I think we all agreed that everybody stopped reading because education sucks and the computer came. Yeah. Very, very sad. Oh my goodness. I want to talk a bit about... Wait 1 second here. So, as you guys know, I teach ESL. And I have a lot of students who have been with me for a little bit. And there was this one student who I was teaching the other day, and he's been working on a longer form essay. And it was really great. Let me show you. Restore. I deleted it, so I'm just restoring it to the folder it came from. Check this out. So he's quite young, but he got his first persuasive essay, which is about how smoking is not good for you. The title of the essay is "Smokers Are Chokers." I talked him off a ledge. He initially was going to say smokers are losers, and I was like, we can't use loaded terms. His ideas about why you shouldn't smoke are interesting. But it's so cute. He is so adorable. He's very young. His mom pushes him a lot. But recently, Asmongold was reacting to this teacher from America who was crying because his students couldn't write or read. But there are kids out there who can do who are learning and who are able to write. Is it, 100% correct? No, but all things considered, for something that is, they couldn't fill in 2 words or something. Yeah. Yeah, his argument is insurance companies will charge you extra. Oops. Sorry. Never mind that. Insurance companies will charge you extra if you smoke. So anyway. Very interesting. But very fun. And of course he had an issue with parallelism. Is that a Chinese student? Yes and no. This is a Chinese student who lives in America or Canada, one of those 2 countries, and goes to a private school in America or Canada. If it was a Chinese, like if it was an actual Chinese like mainland living Chinese student, simp, the English would be even more awkward. Yeah. If you want to see that, I might have handy. Let's see here. I think it might be this. Let's see. No. This is a kid who's Chinese who spent much too long time in the West and is also lazy. He's like a teen boy. Like as soon as testosterone actually kicks in, they basically become ape-like and are incapable of processing higher human thought sometimes. That's what it feels like. Let's see. Oh, this one here. So this one is actually mainland. Like a kid who has never seen, like who has never gone back, like has never lived in North America. They have different problems with their writing. Where is it? Here. So you can see here. They don't know how to use complex sentences, like use which or that. They don't know how to use adjectival phrases or complex sentences. And they often will put the word the where they shouldn't. A lot of spelling errors. Yeah. Apes stronger together. I think you get charged extra when sugar shows up in diabetes. Yeah, that's possible. Our 2 west side districts are really great, and every district to our north, east, and south for about 30 miles sucks. Yeah. I think it's from district to district. Really. So this is, I think, the second or second draft? No, this would be their first draft. You can see we have some problems. We have a few little issues going on. But this is not but at least this particular student is listening to me. He's a younger man who listens to me and has been trying to use outlines. The other one is absolute, like, crazy. The other day I was like, what are you doing, bro? I was like, this is not acceptable. Yeah. Anyway. It was kind of funny. Because, like, he had no commas at all in his writing. It was just one long set, like, pack of words just chunked together. So, yeah. The new mic sounds good? Good. Your mic is fine? Awesome. Handwriting. Yeah. I was about to cry over 2, not gonna lie. Got teary-eyed. Like, they couldn't fill in 2 words. Yeah. Yeah, the video that Asmongold was reacting to, I recognize the teacher might be working in an area that just has more academic struggles, or maybe not enough cultural and economic support to push the students and get them to where they need to be. It's probably a mixture of different things. But yeah. Hormones make you weird for about 2 to 3 years. They aren't human during that time. Yeah. Yeah. There's a kid right now that I'm teaching who's fantastic. He brings such joy to my heart. I'm holding on for him kind of thing. But I get worried because I think there's a period in time where teens start getting too concerned about what each other think, not concerned enough about what their futures are. But he does have good parents, so I'm really hopeful that they can continue to ground him and keep him, like, rooted through the difficult years. But yeah. From 14 to 20, that's when everyone makes the worst decisions. I agree, Leo. Yeah, it can get rough. Yeah. The involvement of parents is so important. Agreed. Yeah. 100%. Hello, Miro, by the way. Hope life is going well. Yeah. But anyway. Alright, so let's watch 8 types of endings that make readers say, I wasted my time. So, chat. Time for chat input. Before we watch a video, I always encourage everybody to form their opinion before going in. This time, I'd like you to type into chat what kind of ending for a film, a book, or any kind of story or video game or manga, anything. What kind of ending would make you feel like you wasted your time? What do you guys think? say that again. So, what kind of ending would make you feel as a reader or a watcher or a gamer? An ending to a story. What kind of ending to a story would make you feel that you wasted your time? When the buy in promise for the story is left unresolved by the end, it was all a dream. When the buy in, the usual broke audience expectations, it was all a dream ending, super nihilistic one where nothing mattered. Oh, yeah, that's kind of true. Nothing mattered at all because they were fighting on the equivalent of more of a mote of dust, which was destroyed by the sneeze of a greater being. Any ending that means what happened in the story was not real in the context of the world described by the story. Party says, I'm with Leo, it turning out to be a dream is enraging. Epic also doesn't like it was all a dream. I also specifically don't like the kind of ending where you can feel arcs are just being closed one after another, like with the boys. I guess breaking expectations is too general. No, it's still good. It's a good starting point, Sim. Player, character, or rescue target dies. I also am not a fan of tragedies, especially if I feel like the tragedy is contrived. I think an ending that's a contrived ending for me bothers me and annoys me a bit, especially if it's tragic or nihilistic. Um a movie where there's no victory or growth or something. Yeah. Character breaking choices at the end that are not properly set up. That's true. Yeah. I think there's an aspect where the writers want you to believe that something from earlier matters now. Let's say they're trying to do foreshadowing or they're doing like a mystery story where everything is revealed at the end. But if they lie to you, like in a not a good way, as a narrator, I think it can feel contrived and unearned. So I don't mind unreliable narrators, but in some genres, if you don't use the unreliable narrator carefully, thoughtfully, or artistically, it actually makes you feel like you are gaslighting the audience and not wanting them to figure it out on their own. Because there's a fear that if the audience figures it out on their own, that the end won't matter as much. And so it's very similar to subverting expectations at the last minute. I think subverting expectations at the last minute with a contrived twist is also not helpful. Saccharine endings also annoy me. Victory has a price, nothing is free. Yeah, that's true. It depends for me, Wooly, on the genre, right? For example, if you're watching a chick flick that's really goopy, you know what we're talking about. I think you should have the end with the wedding and all of that. I think that's part of that genre. But maybe, for example, you're trying to do something more realistic or more modern or more challenging, and that's where I think a saccharine ending can also be a problem. There's a certain level of expectation that needs to be met with an ending. For example, endings that come out of left field with no foreshadowing or way for a reader to guess at it. Yeah. That's, yeah. I'll accept subversion where it turns out the Empire was good all along and the plucky rebels were evil. Chieko, I've never willingly watched a chick flick. I watch them. Once in a blue moon, I do. There's something about having a happy ending that's uncomplicated that makes you understand that our heart's desire for Logos. And I think, for example, Love It Ever After, that kind of stuff. I'm very open to experiencing that, but it has to be within a certain genre. If you're tacking it on the end of something that it doesn't fit, I think it's infantilizing to the narrative and to the audience. uh, in the case of a mystery story, it's leaving enough breadcrumbs for the reader to say, oh, the clues I was keeping track of did matter, even if I was wrong on the nuance, versus leading readers to believe. I just binged 12 hours of extended Ultra for all that. Yeah, I definitely think everybody here has some great reasons. Now, this guy came up with 8 endings. 8. So that's a lot. Okay, so let's see what 8 endings he's come up with that readers, and we're going to agree or disagree. So let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Epic's not done. Versus leading readers to believe that with a certainty event will take place, like Finn becoming a Jedi or a weapon being used, stuff like that. If you lead the audience on and lie to them at the end, it needs to pay off good. Yeah. See, this is where I feel like subverting expectation or using an unreliable narrator, if you're doing it for an aesthetic, like in order to elevate the film and make a point about reality or about human nature or something, and it's very clear that this is like a lit fic novel or a uh one of those art films, I think you can get away with a lot. Breaking the rules because you know the rules is fine. The problem is when, like, the whole Finn Jedi thing, which I will try not to, like, autist over and get diverted by. But that, for example, and also I think my one friend was watching another film by Rian Johnson relating to a mystery. I don't know if it was his first one or his second one. But anyway, Rian Johnson has done a couple of like murder mystery or mystery type films. And my one friend told me that she felt like the narrator, the camera, was purposefully lying in order to make the mystery work. So it didn't feel fair to her as a viewer. And it caused her to feel like certain things were contrived. And she it actually bothered her. And this is a woman who is very chill. She's a very chill lady. She was like, I did not like it. I was not happy. And so I think this is where she came away feeling like, why did I spend my time on it? They didn't give all the evidence. It was cheap and a cheat. Yes. So once again, there are reasons to hint at. Not all can be seen here because the perspective is limited. There are ways to have like an unreliable, seemingly omniscient but not as omniscient narrator. There are ways to withhold information on purpose but then reward the reader with some amazing revelation that makes you feel like it was really cool. But in reality it felt cheap. Because he's doing it like Agatha Christie. Yeah, but I've never felt angry about Agatha Christie. I don't think he. Yeah, yeah. I really don't think Agatha Christie did what this guy did in his film. Games, especially JRPG, tend to have boss fights where you mechanically win, but in the following cutscene, you actually get your teeth handed back to you in a cup. Oh, good point. Yes. Yes. Right. Yep. That can also happen. I've seen that actually like feel like that. Yeah. But yes, Epic, you're correct. Anyway, so let's see what this thing says.
Bad endings are unforgivable. You can make a lot of mistakes in your book, but if you screw up the ending, you're gonna end up with a lot of 1-star reviews. But what exactly is a bad ending? In this video, we're gonna go over 8 types of endings that you should avoid at all costs. And this first one that we're gonna look at is number 1, the rushed ending. You have to know that at the end of a long book, the reader is expecting a reward. And if they feel shortchanged by that reward, like they've been waiting for this whole novel and then they get like 1 page of a reward, that's disappointing. For an example of this, let's look at Game of Thrones. And no, we're not going to look at the book series, George R.R. Martin, because that's not finished. We are going to look at the television series. Now, the reason that the ending of the television.
Okay, I wonder if he's going to say that the unfinished ending is also a terrible a terrible ending. But it looks like he's going to talk about the TV show. I can't talk about the TV show because I never watched it, but I will say that a lot of people felt like they were cheapskated by the end of the TV show for one reason or another. And no matter who I talk to, people have different responses to the ending of the Game of Thrones TV show. And they have different reasons why they dislike it. And I think there might be some people who like it, but even from the people who don't like it, they all seem to have a variety of different reasons why they don't like it. So according to this guy, he's talking about a rushed ending here. Now, I'm going to talk about another book that had a rushed ending. It is a famous book that we all know and love and cherish deep within our hearts. And whenever we close our eyes and see the back of our eyelids, yeah. What was it? It was something about scenery. There was like a line in What Fury Brings about scenery. What Fury Brings was the most hand-wavy, rushed ending that undercut a book ever. If there was anything that made anything seem like a complete joke and a slap in the face to people who supposedly care about how women are treated and want to see the revenge or reverse story, it's this book. This book was absolute shit. And the ending made it even worse because it completely rushed through and hand waved over everything. So after supposedly building up this whole world and this whole scenario, we don't even have a hint of the main female making any meaningful change. There's just a promise, and that's about it. And the most infantile of gestures and transgressive behavior in the epilogue. And that is a much better scenery. Yes, Ben remembers a much better scenery. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Bleach didn't have an ending. Yeah, Bleach didn't have an ending. Oh. Party just did something. Thank you. What do we have here? But anyway, Bleach had an ending for sure. It did not have an ending. Not really. So, I mean, I could see I could see how that Kubo got 3 chapters to wrap up the series. That's a rushed ending. Like a checklist, you could feel Game of Thrones having its story arcs come to an end for the sake of a meta timeline rather than narrative purpose. Yeah. Okay, so let's hear what he says about Game of Thrones. But I just want to say that I do think if we're talking about a rushed ending where it feels like things are just hand waved away, then I gotta say, What Fury Brings probably takes the cake. Now, in the opposite direction, I would also say that Lord of the Rings has an ending, and especially you feel it in the films, where you can sense that there's multiple goodbyes that are said over and over again in various ways to various people. And there's like a slow wrap up. And I know that might drive some people crazy, but I think it's appropriate for what was going on there. Okay, so let's keep going. Also, chat, if you can hear the video through my mic, let me know because I'm just worried about feedback and shit.
Series failed was because it was rushed. It was because the pacing was off. HBO wanted them to wrap it up really quickly with just one more season because it was so expensive, when really they should have taken at least 2 full more seasons. Now, a lot of people mistakenly think that they hated the end of Game of Thrones because they didn't like the twists. But the twists, the actual story twists, were not the problem. Those were actually good twists. The problem was the pacing was so quick that the twists weren't believable. 3 quick examples. The White Walkers were defeated way too easily in one single episode. Daenerys' turn wasn't convincing because it simply happened too quickly from hero to villain in a single season, and a short season at that. And the third pacing issue that was off is when the pacing was sped up, we lost all of the political drama, which really was the genre of the show in a large way, and instead all we were left with was action fantasy. If the show had slowed down and used 2 long seasons, then there would have been room for all that normal political drama alongside the action fantasy. Listen, for your novel, do not rush your ending. Take the amount of time that it deserves to give readers that reward at the end of the book that they deserve. A second type of mistake that will really ruin your ending is an outside force saving the day. When we go on a whole journey with a character through a whole book, we want to see them as an active character doing something that matters at the end. And when you have an outside force sort of swoop in and save the day, it feels unsatisfying because the person that we invested in no longer has a role to play. And for an example of this, let's look at Stephen King's novel, The Stand. This is pretty much the definition of a Deus Ex Machina storyline, where God swoops down from on high and solves the problem. In this book, there is a nuclear weapon coming to Las Vegas, and there is a literal hand of God that comes down and destroys the nuke. And, you know, there's a reason why people felt cheated after this extremely long novel. I mean, it's a thick book. They felt cheated when they got to the end and realized, like, wait, that's the ending? To not disappoint your readers, simply have your main character be the one that does something to solve the problem. And if you have multiple main characters, every single character should have some sort of role to play in the ending. Now,
okay, I never read this book. But Is that making a point about something? The ending of Chainsaw Man is an example of this. But like, out of nowhere, God's hand comes and crushes the nuke. Why would you, as a writer, do that? God used omnipotence. It was super effective. Yeah, bro is missing the point of the stand. Providence is part of the narrative. Okay, look, I recognize that people don't like Stephen King. I'm not a Stephen King fan. But there's no way Stephen King is stupid. There are many things I disagree with him on, and there are many things I think he's ignorant on. But I don't think he is writing fan fiction like a 13-year-old on Wattpad. There has to have been a reason for what happened with the hand of God. Whether he was saying, look how stupid this is that this happens. This is how stupid people are who believe that God would reach down and do something like this. Or he's saying, this is the power of faith. I don't know. It could be like that, right? But there's no way, like, how could he have written like something like that? I'm more likely, I'm sorry to Book Fox, but it is entirely possible Book Fox cannot understand that book. I'm more likely to believe that Book Fox is wrong than Stephen King is wrong. And I don't even like Stephen King. But I refuse to believe that that happens out of no reason. Maybe their book is a Christian psyop. uh I think you have to within the story set up why a character is sidelined. Sure. Sure. There is a redacted raid in Shadowbringers, normal raid for those of you who know, where your character and your raiding group gets stuck in ice, if I recall correctly. And a secondary character who has been walking with you for most of that time jumps in and saves you. And essentially saves the day. Now, you may not like that, but it made sense because that secondary character had been set up in such a way as to have that kind of an agency, and it made a thematic sense all around. I said Shadowbringers, not Dawn Trail, Ben. And and when that happens, some people might feel like their character has been sidelined because they weren't able to solve the raid themselves. Some people don't mind it. It happens multiple times. It happens at least 3 times in Final Fantasy 14, where it's very clear that you would not have made it without certain people intervening. But in that case, every single instance where somebody intervenes, it makes sense. The person has been there since the start. It's not out of nowhere entirely, although sometimes physically it feels like it's out of nowhere because they come out of nowhere, so to speak. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, having something come out of nowhere to save the day is so rare of an ending. I want to read the last, like, The Stand or whatever. Is a constant through line. Okay, so Wooly seems to know. Well, Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light getting saved happens constantly. Yeah, yeah. King, for all his faults, knows the Apocalypse by St. John. The Stand is riffing on John's Apocalypse. Divine intervention is a constant through line of The Stand. I suddenly feel like I need to read The Stand because I feel like maybe this bro, bless his heart, may not understand. I think maybe he's misreading it. But anyway, let's keep going.
Are there exceptions to this? Yes, of course. And you might have already thought of a couple. For instance, H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. It ends not with the humans defeating the aliens in any way, but simply with Earth's microbes infecting the aliens and they die of disease. But I think with this ending, he was trying to get at a point that humans are not strong enough to defeat aliens. Instead, it was the Earth itself that was powerful enough to resist the aliens. But you know, if aliens were really that developed, wouldn't they have taken a few vaccines? Now, if you want some more help with your endings, I talk a lot about endings in my How to Write a Novel course, which you can buy as a standalone course, or you can also get it as part of a bundle with all my courses with BookFox Academy. The link is in the description. Make sure to click that and check it out. This next type of bad ending kind of cheats the reader of what they've been looking forward to the whole time. It is number 3, ending in the middle. There is a book called The Last Cruise by Kate Christensen. And I read it and I thought it's a pretty decent novel. She's clearly a good writer. And then when I logged on to Goodreads, I was surprised at how low the ratings were. And I started reading a lot of the reviews and everyone said, I hated the ending. I hated the ending. I hated the ending. And I thought it's such a shame that she wrote like 95% of a good book. And then the last few pages ruined it for everyone. But I knew exactly what was wrong with the last part of this book. It's because the whole thing takes place on a cruise ship and they are stuck in a storm, stuck in the middle of the ocean. They can't get to shore and rescue is supposed to be coming. But the novel ends without it arriving. Readers felt cheated by that. And I can't really blame them because we want to know, does the cruise ship get rescued? Like, let's see the end of the story. We have a big storm. We have a ship stuck at sea. We want to know what happens. Now, if you're thinking about ending in the middle of the action, well, there are exceptions to this rule. I think about a movie like Sideways. That movie ends, spoiler alert, with him walking up to the door of a woman he's been fancying and knocking on it. Okay, does that end sort of in the middle of the action before we actually get to see the relationship flourish? Well, yes, but at the same time, we do get a sense like he's pursuing this relationship. We get the emotional satisfaction that we need, and we don't need to know everything about the ending, but we know enough to know that relationship's moving forward. If that Last Cruise novel had ended with them seeing the ships arrive to come rescue them, then that probably wouldn't have been enough without us seeing the actual rescue. But there needed to be a stronger resolution, even if it's not shown. And I have to say that an ambiguous ending is different than ending in the middle. An ambiguous ending would be something more like Life of Pi, where it ends with saying, okay, the story you thought you knew, was it really animals on that boat for this whole novel? Or was it people? An ambiguous ending usually gives the reader two options, and we don't know which one the character is going to choose. While ending in the middle well usually alludes to what's just about to happen. All right, this fourth mistake is a doozy, and you're probably going to say, oh.
How common do you think ending in the middle is? Like, I know that there's like ending in the middle because I'm writing a series. That would probably be okay. And then there's the ambiguous ending. That's sometimes okay. But ending in the middle, that's a weird one. I don't know if I've ever experienced that. Yeah, I think it's pretty uncommon.
Oh no, clearly I didn't do this, but trust me, it happens in a lot of novels, so you have to be very wary of it. It is number 4, changing topics or genre. You write a novel over a long period of time, and sometimes when you reach the end, the vision for your book has shifted, and so the ending has a different tone or tenor than most of the rest of your book. But your reader's going to feel that as a kind of betrayal. You've been promising them one type of book, and to pull the rug out from underneath them and say, surprise, the ending's a completely different genre. They're not going to like that. For an example of this, let's look at The Bone Clocks by David Mitchell. The first 85% of this book is a fairly realistic book with some little foreshadowing fantastical elements thrown in, but in general, it's very realistic. Then the last section of the book turns into a Michael Bay movie, where we have immortal beings clashing together on this huge stage. And I'm like, what did I just walk into? This was not the book that I was reading. This was not the ending I wanted in any way. If you promise the readers a certain type of book for most of the book, make sure the ending corresponds to that type of book and resolves the issues in a way that matches what you've been setting up this whole time. This next bad ending might be a problem for some of you optimists.
Okay. So this is kind of funny where it changes the topic or the genre radically. It depends, Leo. So for example, let's say I'm writing a story about a man who is a germaphobe. And he's kind of like slightly autistic and socially nutty. But he has a job with the government. That's pretty high level intelligence type shit. So he goes on a journey through most of the book where his sense of comfort is challenged. And he is essentially called to a higher place. It's a kind of like a hero's journey. He is called to a higher place. He's called to perhaps recapture his masculinity, his sense of agency, to overcome his fear. And at the end of this story, if I were to write it so that he survives against all odds and he has done the right thing, he feels empowered, and we end the story with him, let's say, picking up a phone to talk to his girlfriend. I think that is saying something to the reader, because it's suggesting that this friend who's a girl, he's finally found within himself the ability to take agency in that area of his life. But if he got on the phone, let's say, calls the friend who he kind of likes, but doesn't say anything to her, or is still struggling, then that's saying something else. That's a story that's saying sometimes you can go through everything and you never change. So it depends on what you as a writer are intending to, what you are intending to achieve. And if it's clear to the reader that this book is a lit fic book, it's kind of like a White Noise by Don DeLeo, then you can expect a kind of ending that is sad and depressing, and realistic. But that's just how that book is working. It still is fine. It's just not something you enjoyed, right? So this is where I think when we are talking about this kind of critique, there are two kinds of critique. And this is why I say all the time, you have to know the difference between subjective critique, which is I wasted my time, and objective critique. And objective critique recognizes that I may not enjoy this, but this is still good for what it's achieving. It sets aside your personal taste. And so this is where I'm saying some endings you will not enjoy and you will feel like you wasted your time, but it was not, in fact, technically a waste of your time in terms of quality, in terms of challenge. It simply is not what you wanted to see. So this is where I think you kind of have to be careful, because not all things that happen are wrong. It's whether it's intentional or whether it's executed well. Then you can say whether you've wasted your time or not. Final Fantasy tends to do this, with fantasy worlds shifting to being far side of a sci-fi post-apocalypse. But that is also a possibility within the FF world and history. I think as an IP, anybody who tells themselves that Final Fantasy is pure fantasy, I think they need to reevaluate. Um, Technology has been present in the Final Fantasy IP from practically the beginning, especially with time travel. Um, Final Fantasy is technically science fantasy, and some people are not going to like it. And some people are not going to enjoy science fantasy. Some people will, like me, but some people won't. Science fantasy is one of the rarest genres, in my opinion, that many people can't do well. Marvel failed to achieve science fantasy. Final Fantasy as an IP have succeeded, in my humble opinion. Star Wars sort of succeeded. FF16 had an ending I did not like, but also know it was a very good ending for the story being told. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. FF7 Rebirth ending had many people up in arms. I won't say why, of course, because of spoilers, but it's definitely a choice. Yeah. Once again, if it is clear what the authors are trying to do, and they are simply exploring a genre you don't like, it is what it is. That does not make it a bad story. I know. Crazy. But I think we can be critical of stories that feel contrived. So far, the rushed ending, the outside forces saved the day ending. So that's what we would call unearned. Ending in the middle, or, poorly executed ambiguity. And then changing topics and genres. But once again, I don't think having a science fantasy is necessarily always a bad thing. Isn't there a famous thing, a famous film where you think you're in a fantasy medieval setting, but you're actually in post-apocalyptic Earth? Maybe it had John Travolta in it. What was it called? Then there's Planet of the Apes. That's another one. But that ending was very meaningful. Was it John Travolta? Yeah, Battlefield Earth. Battlefield Earth. For some reason, I feel like I saw it like on late night TV on Sci-Fi. The Sci-Fi channel. Sounds like Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind. Dungeons and Dragons is like that. You'll see a union between magic and advanced alien technology. Spelljammer in 1989. Yeah, I like I'm a huge fan of science fantasy. I'm a huge fan. The Scientology psyop movie, is it? I had no idea. I remember just watching it being like, "Whoa. That's nutty." There's another one. Um Oh man. What was it? Planet of the Apes. Oh, I'm reading it right now. Shadow and Claw by Gene Wolfe. So on the back it says science fiction, right? So they tell you it's science fiction. But if you were to read it without reading the back matter, you would not be able to tell necessarily. And I've been taking notes, and so I've where is it? I've been marking stuff on the pages. I'd have to find it. I have a lot of marks. But it was a um uh anyway, there was a specific sentence, and I took note, but I don't know which chapter it is in. I'm sure you guys don't want me to just sit here flipping through these pages, but I became very much aware that this is actually set in either an alternate world of some kind where there's like a mesh of medieval and sci-fi, or there's like a is it where he okay, this is about the Nenufars. Uh yeah, there was something where it basically hinted that people could come in from outer space. Um and I immediately was like, ha ha ha. So this looks and sounds and feels like it's fantasy, but it's actually not. It's actually going to be sci-fi. But it's just they've so at one point he's crawling through these tunnels, and the Torturers Guild itself, like, I don't know how to imagine it in my head, so I'm struggling with reading the book, so I have to read it extremely slowly. And some parts I have to read like 6 times because I literally can't imagine, like, the details are way too sparse for me to get a grip on what the shapes are, and I'm scared of going and looking online in case of spoilers. But it feels like they might be in some kind of a reactor, like, or like even like a maybe like a like an underground military facility from long ago, and it's sunk into the ground. So it could have been built into the ground like a nuclear reactor, or something that would have held a spaceship that would have then, like, kind of like an interstellar, where it would be carried up to the surface and then rocket off. And yeah, anyway. The novels of Battlefield Earth were written by a Scientologist. Interesting. My Gene Wolfe propaganda has borne fruit. Where high technology is so ancient that it feels like magic. Yeah. The Book of the Ancestor is a trilogy following an assassin school for nuns. That's cool. The setting is future Earth after an ice age where the only non-frozen land exists along the equator. That's super cool. That's super cool. It's called Book of the Ancestor. That's interesting. Okay. So anyway, I like stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, but here's the key, okay, everyone? Like, myself, I don't want to talk about the non-writing that's happening in my life, but when I was writing earlier in the year, I was writing, tackling a book I want to write. And do you remember when I talked about a long, long time ago, where I said I want to write a book that feels like it's sci-fi, but it is in fact science fantasy. And when I make the book covers and when I market it, it will be very clearly science fantasy. Like, I will state it. I'm not going to lie to the reader. The reader will know that there is going to be fantasy at some point. But it will just be in small doses at the start. So yeah. The first book is called Red Sister. Harry Potter meets a brutal Game of Thrones type setting where the kids, girls in this case, are trained to be nuns, warrior assassins of might and magic. That's cool. So anyway, I actually, as long as it's clear that something is being said, I'm actually all right with the author shifting tone. I think the problem with many of these things is if it's not intentional, if it's because of laziness or misdirection, or maybe shunting it off to a ghostwriter who didn't know how to handle coming up with something that could end the book really well. Whatever the case may be, this is not a great way to go either, obviously.
And I'm like, what did I just walk into? This was not the book that I was reading. This was not the ending. In a way that matches what you've been setting up this whole time. This next bad ending might be a problem for some of you optimists out there. It's number 5, the unearned happy ending. Now, let me say right off the bat, there is nothing wrong with a happy ending. Like, you want to end your story happily? Go for it. Like, you have my blessing. Not that you need it, of course, but I like you guys. I'm trying to help you guys out. I think a better question to ask yourself about the ending is whether it's believable, whether it's happy, whether it's sad. Do we believe like this is the proper ending for the story? Another thing to watch out for is whether your ending is happy because of, say, a coincidence, just sort of like a chance of fate. Well, that seems very convenient, doesn't it? Often coincidences absolve the main character of the responsibility to do the hard work of making the end happily. They should have to work as hard as possible to make sure the end is happy. Otherwise, the reader's going to feel cheated. And
that's also another problem with the What Fury Brings book. The What Fury Brings book has an unearned happy ending. She gets to have her wedding. The man is wearing the dress. Everyone's like, ugh, stunning and brave. Slay queen, slay. You own that man. But what about the boys that are getting raped and sold into slavery? What about the non-consensual bullshit going on? And sure, she has a dream from a goddess that tells her that she needs to be a fair and wise, just ruler. That's not good enough. It's not good enough. It would have been much, much better if after the wedding, they're going through the streets and the people are cheering and she looks up and it just shows, let's say, a trading block or something. And she's like, it ends here. And, the carriage rolls and she descended. The idea that she is going to make meaningful change. This isn't just Like if you are trying to make a point about something socially with your book, which the author made the mistake of stating that she was, then it is upon you. It is your responsibility to get with it. And in this case, that book was also just a complete travesty, completely unearned happy ending.
Third thing to watch out for with a happy ending is whether the happy ending seems too expected. If you want that happy ending to feel earned and inevitable, then what you have to do is you have to lean against it and constantly trying to be convincing the reader that this ending is going to be horrible and tragic. That way, when you finally deliver the happy ending, we're like, whew, I thought the author was going to go in a different direction with that, and I'm very glad they didn't.
I disagree. I disagree. If you're writing sorry. If you're writing lit fic, I agree. If you're trying to make a statement about the human condition, or you're writing fantasy or a mystery story or something else, yeah, I get it. You need to make sure that you really push hard against the happy ending. But there are some things that are just entertainment, and we call it slop. And I think the entertainment that does its job gives the reader what they want. So if you have the word HEA at the end of your romance, I don't think that is stupid. I think that is normal. And just saying, hey, there will be a happy ending. Now, do I think like putting in trigger warnings is stupid? Yes. I think if you are somebody who can't cope with basic stuff when you're picking up a horror book and you need trigger warnings, or you're picking up a dark romance and you need a trigger warning, you probably need to go get a therapist and get help. But I think it is very, very genre dependent and entertainment dependent, because not everything needs to be edge of the seat. OMG, will it actually happen? Now, there are romances that are like that. There are romances that really make people get scared. So, for example, there was this one piece of fan fiction I was reading. It got very intense. So, I actually stopped reading it for about a year before, and then when they finished it, I checked in, assured myself that the ending wasn't going to be too terrible, and then I went with it. I read it. I had a great time. So, and by the way, people would come to me as well, and they would say, "Hey, like I'm so scared, like I'm going to go away for a bit so you won't see me reviewing." And I would be like, "Hey, yeah, that's fine, but just to let you know, like my story is going to have a happy ending. It's intense right now, but it's going to, like, things will come around." Right? So uh I think it is completely fine to not always have this intense pushback against the happy ending. I think within reason, depending on the genre, it should just be like a little riverside cruise. Not everything has to be like an ocean voyage. And I think this is where a big mistake is made, where some people try to give their audience something that they don't want. And this is the same thing, by the way, with video games. There are tons and tons of people out there who just want to roll into a video game, hit some shit, kill some shit, have some fun, or somebody who wants to roll into a video game and just have a chill story, not have to worry too much about stuff. And there are people who go through periods of times in their lives where they just don't have the emotional and mental bandwidth to deal with reality, to deal with realism, to deal with pessimism, to deal with nihilism, or even to deal with extremely intense, challenging material. And so they need to take a break. And when the audience comes out and says, "Hey, I just need a break, Chief," I don't think you should shame them for just wanting that very mildly unearned ending. Problem is when it's so unearned as to be almost immoral or concerning, right? Where let's say you have like somebody who has perhaps not earned their right for a happy ending, and it feels like the writer just wanted to rush and get through it, and so they shit something out and it just feels contrived and unearned. That's understandable. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some books don't need to be a fight. And so I think that there is a whole group of people who feel like everything has to be meaningful all the time. And it's those types of people who are actually, in some cases, ruining a video game because they're trying to make a point the whole time. And similarly, I do think that there are lots and lots of people these days who are so mentally checked out that they can't deal with enough, too many dialogue boxes. They can't deal with any type of a choice. They can't deal with any type of a challenge. And and they have lost their ability to be resilient and to deal with stories that challenge them and make them feel uncomfortable. They want to stay in their hug box and just never go outside, so to speak. But that's a whole other problem that exists. So it's like there's two parts to this, right? Two things can be true at the same time. The first thing that can be true is that we all need a break. And that break means that sometimes we're going to just be reading entertainment that's very chill. At the same time, we also need challenge. And that means sometimes reading stories that we don't agree with or reading material that doesn't end the way that we would like, but is still good and is still competent and well written. So I think, I do think he's generalizing a bit here. I will say he's generalizing quite a bit.
And little example here, if you end with a happy romantic ending, it will feel earned as long as you had those characters nearly break up, go through a lot of struggle, encounter physical difficulty, encounter difficulty from in-laws. You throw a lot of stuff at them, and by the time you finally deliver the happy ending, we're like, oh, I'm so glad like they worked through all of those mini difficult issues. Finally, a happy ending. I believe it. I buy it. I'm happy for it. Now, for a bad example, watch any Hallmark movie because it's always like a happy ending. You knew it was coming. You knew there was no other way they were going to end it. And usually the problems are like not that big. Like they're like speed bump problems, if you know what I mean. Like you go over a couple little speed bumps, then it's like, yay, happy ending. I really hope that none of you have done this next mistake because honestly, it's probably the worst one out of all of the mistakes I'm mentioning in this video. It's number 6. It was all a dream.
How many people do you think are watching Hallmark? How many? We know it makes money. We know Hallmark makes money from their movies. Right? Hmm. Science survey. This year alone, the Hallmark Channel plans to add 41 films to its roster, with each film being released during Hallmark's annual countdown to Christmas. The reasoning behind Hallmark's fanatical devotion to the holidays is simple. Their Christmas movies typically cost less than $800,000 to make, and each movie's entire production cycle usually only takes around 3 months. For context, the average film costs upward of $70 million and takes over a year to complete. Not only are Hallmark movies quick and cheap to make, but they're also extremely profitable and are practically guaranteed to rack up millions of views. According to a press release, the Hallmark Channel ended 2020 as the most watched entertainment cable network in the fourth quarter of the year and ranked second for the whole year. This, of course, begs the question why these movies remain a staple of the holiday season with so many people watching them. There has to be a reason why, right? To answer this, I sought out the opinions of others who've seen their share of Hallmark movies. I don't think they're actually good by regular or movie or story standards, but they're fun enough to watch that it doesn't really matter. The plots are pretty simple and entertaining, plus they have a nostalgic feel that makes them fun to watch. They're not good because they have lots of cliches and unrealistic romance and setups, but they're still fun to watch. Two facets of these responses stand out. The first is that both Seifel and Lynn agree that Hallmark movies are not good. The second is that despite not believing them to be of high quality, both of them still describe the films as fun to watch. Now, I hate to break it to this guy, but if you're here to make money off of people and make a lot of money, why are they fun, Sim? Well, very obvious. The allure of the Hallmark movie lies elsewhere. So let's see what this I have some reasons, Sim, for why I think the Hallmark stuff succeeds. But here, the allure of the Hallmark movie lies elsewhere. For many, the holidays can be stressful. It takes time and effort to arrange get-togethers and go gift shopping while juggling with every other everyday responsibilities. Amid the chaos, it is often all too easy to lose sight of what makes the holidays a festive time. People are more likely to seek out sources of consistent and straightforward entertainment to take their mind off the stress. What? What did I just say? What did I just say? People are fucking stressed out. They don't want to think. These Hallmark movies are the equivalent of a guy popping on Street Fighter or hopping into an ARPG like Diablo 3. Everyone knows Diablo 3 is a stupid game that is shitty. But everyone knows that if you hop into Diablo 3, you can get started fighting and you can mindlessly just go around the map and kill shit and just like not even think about it. There's also an appealing to the viewer's sense of nostalgia because they keep the same sense of nostalgia the same. It says, Bill Abbott, who is widely regarded as the parent of the Hallmark Channel, said, "Our focus is in creating an experience where you turn the TV on, feel comfortable, and cook and decorate or do something holiday related, and that puts you in the spirit." Like, why, like, I know, I can't believe I'm not trying to stand for Hallmark, okay? I've barely watched a Hallmark. I don't think I've watched a Hallmark fully all the way through. But what I guess what I'm trying to say is like we can't simply hand wave Hallmark away like that. Do you remember how Simp said that people look down on romance? This is exactly the kind of attitude that people have about video games and romances. And in fact, I know that there are some Asmongold bros out there who are like, "Oh, men are being shat on all the time. Things are unfair for us. People hate us a lot," and that's true societally about many areas of life. But women are getting away with the romances. They are not getting away with the romances. People are always shitting on the romances. You just don't hear them shitting on the romances unless you go into certain circles, right? You as a construction worker or military man or doctor. Well, maybe a doctor has a higher chance of overhearing nurses talking, but let's be real here. Most men are not running in the right circles to hear the criticism of women's entertainment. But trust me, just trust me when I say that for ages and ages, there was a very classicist and academic disdain for romances, rightfully so, because they're not, really good literature. And there has always been a critique of it, one way or another, whether you're talking about Christians disliking the sex scenes or the academics disliking the shitty writing, or now we have a third party of people coming in who are these woke scolds who are accusing romance writers of being conservative psyops, which which okay. Anyway, so like women are not telling themselves that they are enjoying great entertainment. They are just wanting to have fun, just like the guys watching YouTube and playing a video game that seems kind of stupid. Want to have fun. Now, do I think a person should be consuming this 24/7 regularly? The answer is no. No. But if you are somebody who wants to make money as a writer, as a creative, as a filmmaker, as a video game creator, if you want to make money, my contention is you will have to compromise. And you remember how Emil Pagliano of Starfield was like, you want to write the great American novel, but then the gamer just makes paper planes out of it? Well, maybe you shouldn't start with wanting to make the next American novel. Or maybe you don't have that capacity, so you shouldn't try. Or maybe you should keep practicing on the side, and then one day you can get there. But essentially, I think sometimes you as a creative are not called to be elevated. You are called to entertain. Now, are there some video games that are extremely elevated and call us to a higher place and transcend the boundary of entertainment and go into the realm of art? Absolutely. I do believe that there are video games that have pushed past the barrier of entertainment, gone into the realm of art, and we will remember them in our hearts forever and ever. But I think you need to be, as a writer or as a creative, you need to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, am I wanting to get money from people? In which case I want to give people what they want. In which case I'm going to write a Hallmark or something like within that kind of, in that spectrum. Or am I going to stick to my personal creative guns and just, do it as a side hobby? I just want to be filthy rich. Is that too much to ask? Yeah. Hallmark makes me barf. Yeah, I mean, I can't get through a Hallmark. I'm going to be Billions. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Is Hallmark for romance what Sci-Fi Channel is for science fiction? Kind of. Too many, says Jungle Warfare, basically. The thing about Hallmark is if it is communicating to the audience something the audience is seeking, then it works out. It is. They play Hallmark in hospitals during Christmas season. Yep. It does bring people some cheer. Yeah, pretty much. My mom starts during Christmas in July specials. Wow. I mean, they have many fans. A whole channel. Yeah. To be fair, Chieko, you did just say people deserve to be able to sit down and just watch entertainment. Hallmark has to be giving out the right response promises with the right payoffs. Exactly. So here's my issue, Epic. My issue is that we can't, how can I say this? We can be critical of Hallmark's literary quality, right? We can be critical of Hallmark's literary quality, but we cannot be critical necessarily with its entertainment quality because it's clearly doing something right, right? It is clearly giving readers or viewers what they want. And you can't, like this guy here, like I appreciate that he's clearly trying to encourage us all to be better writers. I'm not suggesting we should all rush out and write slop, but we need to be careful about how we sometimes talk about this because you start conflating entertainment with art. And I think it's a danger zone because I think we can't consume art all the time. We have to have a time. There's a time for war and a time for peace. Like a time for sowing and a time for reaping. And there's a time to eat steak and a time to have a Twinkie. Now, I personally think that if you're eating more Twinkies and less steaks, you're going to have diabetes and you will die. But I do think that, like, having a Twinkie every now and then is not going to be so bad, honestly. And people need to, like, relax and stop pretending to know what they're talking about and apply standards unfairly to everything. We have to take into account the author's purpose and the intended audience, and we judge it by that. Now, we could do some experimentation and we can have some literary analysis about why this Hallmark film is shitty. But I think we need to understand that if people want to make money as a creative, they're going to have to compromise and give people what they want. Some movies, books, and games are equivalent to a bag of chips or a box of chocolates. Pretty much, yeah. Things don't need to be good to be entertaining. Pretty much. The movies are cheery. It's talking about Batwoman. The movies are cheery, have a happy ending, are usually safe to have on in the background. Yeah. It's like having YouTube on while you're grinding. They're cozy romances, basically. The nuance this guy is getting with Hallmark is that it's not about objectively bad. It's about selling a product that people want. They're succeeding with their stories. Yeah. Hallmark movies might also be filling a niche not offered by Hollywood. Certainly not. Jungle, you're right. Hollywood hasn't really put out a really good chick flick, for a hot minute. Still struggling to understand it. It's like a higher fidelity version of Charlie Brown adults talking. Sim, it's for women. Are you a woman? If the answer is yes, then it just means that you're a woman who's special, like me and Emmy. But if you say no, then it's fine. You can sleep tonight. You don't need to understand this. Okay? Women just want to have something chill, or they know that the ending is going to be happy and that everybody is cozy and the music is not rammy and everyone has like low stakes stuff. But if you listen to this here,
any Hallmark movie because it's always like a happy ending. You knew it was coming. You knew there was no other way they were going to end it. And usually the problems are like not that big. Like they're like speed bump problems, if you know what I mean. Like you go over a couple little speed bumps, then it's like, yay, happy ending. I really hope that none of you have done this next mistake because...
So, in his mind, a good writer shouldn't ever have tiny little speed bumps that don't matter. My argument is if you want to reach a certain audience and you are willing to compromise your personal integrity as a creative, this is exactly what you're going to do. I personally think that it's not a great... Look at the title. It says 8 types of ending that make readers say, I wasted my time. Trust me when I say that the intended audience of a Hallmark film do not feel like they've wasted their time with their low stakes, speed bump, happy ending bullshit. They do not feel like their time was wasted. They're having the time of their fucking lives. So why are you talking about Hallmark here? Right? Now, if Wooly watched Hallmark as some sort of Israeli torture because he was a naughty man, and they took him into a room and they peeled his eyelids back and they made him watch a Hallmark film, he probably would be spilling his guts out because this would be like torture to Wooly, poor man. But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about an intended audience feeling disappointed. The intended audience of a Hallmark film are, for the most part, happy with the Hallmark film. Blaming a Hallmark film for not having high stakes because Wooly doesn't like it is stupid. It would be like if a cozy gamer, Miss Bubbles, was shitting on Elden Ring because Elden Ring has too much fighting and not enough farming. What are we doing? Why are we even mentioning Hallmark in here? Now, he could be saying, hey, you don't want to write like this because that will make your readers upset. But what if your readers are the same people who are watching the Hallmark films? I just think him putting the Hallmark stuff in here was a mistake. Because it is a waste of time for some people. I think most of us watching a Hallmark film would feel like our life had just been wasted away for about an hour and a half, if that. But most Hallmark films are only being watched by the people who want to watch it. So this is where I'm saying I don't understand why he's shitting on Hallmark at this point in time. Because Hallmark is doing what it's supposed to be doing. If it wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing, it wouldn't be financially feasible anymore. And we wouldn't have Hallmark. Or we would hear about how Hallmark is closing down or, laying people off. But we're not hearing that yet about Hallmark. Hallmark is trucking because Hallmark is being Hallmark for the people who love Hallmark. Now, I'm sure that there are some Hallmark films that have disappointed people. I'm sure that Hallmark aficionados will have opinions on the top 10 best Hallmark films. Like within the Hallmark genre, I'm sure there are Hallmark stuff that are considered to be shitty Hallmark stuff. But that is not to be compared to anything else. And so this is where I disagree with this guy. He's lumping in some stuff that's unnecessary to lump in. Same thing with The Stand. Like the outside force that saves the day. OMG, God save the world. Well, maybe that's the point.
Honestly, it's probably the worst one out of all of the mistakes I'm mentioning in this video. It's number 6. It was all a dream.
Here it is,
now,
chat.
why is it was all a dream so bad? It is tricking the reader. When you write a book, you're making a contract with the reader and telling them that, hey, everything I told you, it was all a lie. It was just a dream. It didn't happen. That is breaking the contract. Really, what it's doing is it is invalidating the emotional investment that a reader put into your book. If you spend hours upon hours upon hours reading a book, you expect there to be payoffs for it. And when you say, guess what? Nothing happened. How do you think that makes the reader feel? I think a second problem with this type of ending is that it really undermines any sort of consequences. You absolutely need consequences in your novel. There has to be stakes. Decisions that the character is making, actions that the character is making have consequences. Something has to happen because of those. And when you end on, it was all a dream, there's no consequences whatsoever. We go all the way back to square one, and it's as if the book never happened. Now, I remember when I was watching Lost as it was coming out, a lot of people were worried that it was going to end in it was all a dream. Thankfully, thank God, it did not end this way. And that was definitely a good decision that the writers made. But there is one other really famous example of where this was done in television, and it was the 9th season of Dallas. So something major happens at the end of season 8, a character dies, and then at the beginning of season 10, they say, guess what? All of season 9 was a dream. None of it happened. Now that happened in 1985, and I think it is a testimony to how badly that story technique was taken by everyone, that no other television show has used that concept in the years since. So let that be a lesson to you. It is not a good idea. But I do need to bring up one exception that you might be thinking of. What about Alice in Wonderland? At the end of that story, she wakes up and she was like, it was all a dream. How does that work? I think it works because the entire book feels like a dream. Like as you're reading it, you're like, this is crazy stuff. This is exactly the type of thing that would happen in a dream. So we're already thinking this is a dream. So by the end, when it's revealed this is a dream, it's not a surprise. It's a confirmation of what we already knew. This next mistake is a tricky one, and it needs to be handled with.
Do you think Alice in Wonderland gets scot-free? What do you guys think? Do we give Alice in Wonderland a pass? I mean, it depends on how it's done. Sometimes it was all a dream can be a big payoff. I'm going to say a word that Leo is going to have a conniption over, and he's going to have to go lie down. But I kind of like Inception, and it is arguable that Inception is also completely, like, everything that happens up until the end is technically hasn't happened at all. And I think Shutter Island Shutter Island has a mild, like, is kind of making a point about psychological reality. So that could also technically have, like, but I don't know if it's as comprehensive as Alice in Wonderland. A Christmas Carol never confirms it's a dream. Scrooge assumes it. Right, yeah. Hold on. Alice in Wonderland starts off with her falling asleep under a tree. Yes. 100% we give Alice a pass. I mean, I like the Alice in Wonderland movie. That was pretty good. Alice sits down with her sister and falls asleep, and then the fantastical stuff takes place. I think if the film is about psychology or the person's internal shit, I'm completely fine with the dream nested narrative. It's kind of like it's kind of like certain stories can work as a nested narrative where it's like a bunch of men sitting around telling a story and this creates the narrative. I think within certain restrictions it can work, but I personally think it has to be within an artistic sphere. Like it has to be an extremely intentional choice that has meta meaning, that has literary or psychological meaning for the reader. Whereas anything where a person wakes up and it's lower entertainment, like it's a lower form of entertainment, I think it feels cheap. Yeah. He'd better be looking at a promotion. Oh, Sim is on his own journey over there. Willie says Carol was a coward. It's not a pass because Alice is in a fantastical world throughout most of the story. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't actually care about Alice in Wonderland, but we know that during the time that Alice in Wonderland was written, writing fantasy was difficult. It was not socially acceptable. It was hard. And there is a sense that some people may have tried to couch things a certain way to kind of explore what they wanted to explore. That being said, like I think there was a lot of discussion about whether what Carol was trying to do with his stories or what he may have been trying to show or share with his story. I think it requires probably more literary research on my part before I weigh in on Alice in Wonderland. Um, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Nuance. It is number 7, unsolved mysteries. In general, if your book is a mystery of some type or has a mystery at the core of its plot, you're gonna want to solve that mystery. Because introducing a mystery into your story is really a kind of promise to the reader like, hey, you're gonna find out what happens if you keep reading all the way to the end. Now, unsolved mysteries are pretty rare in novels, but there is an example. It's called Picnic at Hanging Rock by Joan Lindsay. It was written in 1967. It's an Australian novel, and it's about 3 girls and their teacher completely disappearing from this elite boarding school. And guess what? The book never reveals what exactly happens to them. I think part of the way this book still works is that it's told as a true story, very realistic with like quotes and interviews and details about the police investigation. And so it feels like, okay, this is a true crime story. And sometimes true crime stories, because they're real life, we don't have the answer. For this particular book, that's kind of how it gets away with having an unsolved mystery. Another thing we should look at is partially solved mysteries. Sometimes this can work. And for an example of this, we're going to look at Tana French's In the Woods. In this book, there are 2 main mysteries. A mystery that happened back in the 1980s with some kids disappearing, and then also mystery happened with kids disappearing in the present moment story. Now, one of those mysteries is solved, and then the other one wasn't. And that is part of the reason why a lot of readers were sort of upset at this ending. But in general, I think if you resolve the main mystery but leave minor mystery unsolved, I think that can usually work. Now, one other exception I should mention is if you're writing like a very literary novel and you're doing some sort of postmodern playfulness or something like that, and an unsolved mystery is the point of what you're trying to say, like sometimes we don't know the answers, like you're making an epistological argument. There's your big word for the day. Yeah, absolutely, go for it. But I would say in most upmarket novels, most commercial novels, most general readership novels, that's not something you're going to do.
Oh, now he's making the distinction. Well, maybe you should have made the distinction for the other ones, good sir. That he's correct, right? Same thing with the unearned happy ending. If you're trying to make an artistic or even pomo or ideological or a philosophical point. You can break a lot of literary rules and literally do what you want. But if you want to make money from people who want to be entertained, don't fuck around. Like, just don't do it. Now, I do think if you are planning a book series, don't wrap up too much, right? Leave threads hanging so you can deal with it later. And I think, actually, it's completely fine sometimes to end a whole series with a couple things unsolved, just in case you want to go back to that universe and make more money off of it later. Like, don't try to answer everything. Because I think stuff that's too tied up too neatly, it feels contrived and weird as well. A mystery could also just be the driving narrative rather than the focus. If the pursuit of the mystery drives the events of the story and the growth of the character, then solving the mystery wasn't. Yeah. So there's a difference between a literary fiction that has a mystery in it and a mystery novel that is about solving the mystery, right? So if you pick up a book that has a fancy cover and it says something like whimsical solipsis, then you know I'm reading litfic here. And so it says it's about a man coming to terms with the disappearance of his wife, but in reality, it's not about that. It's kind of like Rebecca, for example. In Rebecca, you have a wife, a previous wife who passed away. How did she pass away? Why did she pass away? All of these things are deeply hinted at, but it's not so clear cut because the point of it isn't to focus on solving that mystery. The point of it is instead to look at the experiences of a woman. And so the whole driving force of some stories isn't the mystery. It is more about saying something around the mystery. Similarly, same thing with the dream or with the happy ending. Not everything is going to work. It has to fit the audience you're targeting. You have to know who or what you're writing for and then write for them. Or write for yourself and just live with the consequences. Have fun. And but don't expect people to like it. Because not everybody's going to like it. It's the same thing with those video games, right? Like the stuff that people were shitting on. The teen one, all of those like indie, air quote indie, kind of woke video games that were very narrative heavy. There's nothing. I personally believe that people should have the right to make those kinds of things, but they do not have the right to the audience, right? So you can go out and make whatever you want, but not everybody's going to buy it. Mixtape, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to take away people's right to make mixtape, but they should not expect people to buy it. So this is where I do appreciate him making this delineation here. You don't have to solve and resolve everything to write a good story. But if you're selling your stuff in the mystery section with the promise that there's going to be a mystery that is solved and you don't solve it, don't be surprised if you get 1 stars. Don't do the Pikachu face. Oh, what?
The 8th and final mistake that we are going to look at when we're dealing with endings is predictable endings. So in his book Poetics, Aristotle, that Aristotle, said that endings need to be 2 things. They need to be both inevitable and surprising. Some endings seem inevitable, but if the reader saw them coming like 3 chapters in, that's not a very good ending. Some endings are surprising, and yet they're not believable. The author didn't do the work of leading up to that ending, so it's like, oh, that makes sense. I didn't see it coming, but it makes sense. So the good ending is both inevitable and surprising, and those two things are constantly in tension with each other. Let's look at two great examples of this. The first one is Agatha Christie's Murder on the Orient Express, and spoiler alert, obviously we're talking about endings. The inevitable part of this ending is we get tons of clues throughout the whole novel that this person could be guilty, this person could be guilty, this person could be guilty. Like almost everyone has certain evidence against them. Now, normally at the end of a mystery, all that evidence is sort of washed out and like we can point our finger at one culprit and we're like, you are the one. What was surprising about the ending of this novel is that instead of one person being guilty, everyone on the train was guilty. Oh, didn't see that coming. And yet, because the entire novel had shown the potential evidence about every single person, it was inevitable. You're like, of course. For a second example, look at George Orwell's 1984. There is a type of inevitability about Winston being able to defeat this totalitarian state. Like, bro, like, you're gonna lose, you know? I mean, that just makes sense. But really, the surprising part of the ending is not him pretending to go along with the state, but really like a wholehearted embrace of Big Brother. We didn't expect his total and utter capitulation and actually love for Big Brother. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. If you haven't yet liked this video, please like it. And
Yeah. Inevitable, but surprising. I think that's interesting. That's an interesting take. Yeah, Murder on the Orient Express. Very interesting book. Clue 1972. 1984 and Murder on the Orient Express. I do think those kinds of books might perfectly portray how to balance and kind of meet a reader's expectation. But I think there are other ways to end a story and kind of break those rules. But it's about your audience. It's about the genre. It's about your intentions. It's about the point that you're trying to make. All of those things together, I think, will determine how well it is received. Clue is so fun. Yeah. Sim says, what? Did she pass away? Are you talking about what? Rebecca? A reader figuring out the ending could also be the sign of a good signposting and foreshadowing, similar to look at Star Wars that wanted to shock us rather than give us something that fulfilled our desires and expectations. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Subverting expectations is it's a delicate line to walk, for sure. For sure. Because if you try to surprise people too much, if you're only focused on surprising people for the sake of surprising them, I think it's going to feel contrived. And I believe, and wow, people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was a huge issue with the jailer, was it not? This sense of like trying to gaslight players into thinking something was true for a long time when the appropriate foundations had not been laid. There's a character in Final Fantasy XIV, and in an Endwalker raid, they are revealed to have been linked to specific things. And in order to make that more believable, they actually went back and they changed a fight sequence in A Realm Reborn so that when you fought that character in A Realm Reborn, it would make sense later on when you interacted with that in relation to that character, that there would be a sense of, oh yeah, that's true. Sometime I was just joking because he went in, how did she pass away? Oh, you could say, with what did she pass away? Sometimes when you try to surprise too much, the writer tried to steer away the attention from a certain character, and then the reader can only think about the character the writer doesn't want you to think about, and you're like, of course he's the murderer. Yeah, something like that. There is no greater expectation to subvert in a story than its ending. It's less about the audience knowing the hero wins and more about the journey to get there. Yeah, so here's the mistake I think that some people make. They make this they think that they need the Shyamalan twist to make something meaningful. And this is one of the reasons why I actually dislike some discourse around Shadowbringers. The way some people talk about Shadowbringers actually bothers me, because it shows that a lot of people only value being surprised. And then Rian Johnson comes out of nowhere and says, oh, you want surprises? Well, I'm going to surprise you. I just think people put a premium on subversion, and it's unhealthy. And it gives creatives the wrong signal as well. Good night, Emmy. Rest well. I'll probably reach out this week on one of my less crazy days. But yeah. But anyway, okay, so we actually finished something. That's kind of crazy. What else did we have? So I got that done. We seem to think that we got that done. We seem to think we got that done. I'm just taking a look. Oh, Shay posted something. Let's see what this is.
Holly, you're a really great writer, but we need something new and fresh. So if you don't give me something new and fresh by Christmas, we're gonna go with one of the Gen Z kids.
From the company that still tries to sell greeting cards.
Hey bestie with the quirky personality, I need a fresh start. I think I'm gonna go to rural Iowa.
Okay, well don't freaking complain to me when you can't find a good salon out there. It's freaking Iowa.
I just need a reset, like enough of all this hustle and bustle. I fly out in an hour.
An hour? Oh, go to the airport. LaGuardia's packed this time of year. Why'd you book a flight in an hour?
From the producers of your mom's favorite rom-coms.
Oh, I'm not in New York City anymore.
Cheesy holiday love story.
You're not gonna get far in those high heels, sweetheart. I misjudge you at the start of the movie, and you annoy me.
Starring two actors who you've never heard of, but they're pretty attractive.
You again? Are you just everywhere in this small little sleepy little town? Am I at the bakery that I own? You're learning I have a sweet side to me. Grandma's recipe.
Well, I'm gluten-free, but this is the part of the movie where I'm starting to be interested in you.
Critics are saying, I liked it,
It's time I showed you around this little town. If these trees could talk, oh, the stories they'd tell. Did you say story?
Have I seen this before? She's hot.
Come here, Blue. Yeah, I'm a dog guy as well. I'm the perfect guy. Bestie, I think I found my fresh new story. I want to stay in Iowa for Christmas.
Girl, the story you found is that hot piece of man. Okay, you stay in Iowa and you shuck that corn. Bye, girlie.
I've got everything I need right here. Everything? Well, if love were a pie, I am missing an ingredient. Maybe that's you.
Are you kidding me?
So, what are we doing?
All the moments you know and love. The almost kiss, but interrupted by a loud noise.
Better get these pies out. Oh, that's
Deep secrets revealed.
You were just using me to write one of your little New York stories?
Everything I said was true. Everything.
How about you just go back to the city where you came from? Why are you acting like this? Why? I'm a rough and tough country guy who can't express his emotions.
I'm an insecure girl who is scared.
You know what? Just go.
And the I'm gonna leave, but this one thing makes me stay for one more night.
Holly, you're not leaving town, are you?
Oh, hey, that one friend in town I made. Maybe this place isn't for me. I'm leaving tonight.
You can't leave tonight. Tomorrow morning's the Cherry Pie 5K. The whole town's gonna be there.
Okay, fine. But it's not to see Chris or Ben or whatever we named him. Oh, I did the 5K. Not bad for a city girl. I made you this. Oh, but I'm gluten-free.
But I look like a mess.
If you're a mess, that's a mess I want to clean up the rest of my days.
I think this will be my best story yet.
Cheesy holiday love story. The same thing every year.
Trey Kennedy presents Cheesy Holiday Love Story starring Trey Kennedy and Tracy Kennedy, featuring Katie Kennedy, Jake Triplett. A production designed by an assistant manager at Old Navy. Our trailers show the whole movie. Oh, that's great. That's great. I've read worse yaoi. Yeah. See, the thing is that people have to understand that if they actually sat down and tried to crunch out some of the stories that they like from their video games, many of those stories are also kind of shitty. Your baseline entertainment, like not to mention mobile game shit, your baseline entertainment is either convoluted and stupid, or it is simplistic and phoned in. Like, it's just, entertainment is either so attempting to be something it's not, and then ending up contrived and weird and complicated and unnecessarily convoluted, or in this case, like extremely formulaic. But some people just want to go out, have fun. But that was good. Oh man, that was good. That was pretty funny. What are, okay, Hallmark movie trailer. Hallmark Channel. Alrighty. Here we go. Holiday Touchdown. A Bear's Love Story. Countdown to Christmas. Holiday Touchdown. A Bear's... Is this sports? This might be sports. I'm so confused by this, actually. Why are there only like 6 videos? What is happening here?
Love and joy come to you. What are you doing for Christmas?
Countdown to Christmas is officially on its way on Hallmark Channel and Hallmark Plus.
Merry Christmas.
I'm feeling right at home. Heartwarming stories that'll make your season bright.
Hi.
I came here wishing for just a little Christmas magic.
Including Hallmark's most magical movie of the year.
What are you waiting for? Go find your happily ever after.
Countdown to Christmas, coming this holiday season on Hallmark Channel.
Do you notice? Do you notice? Like, everybody, like, you just pause anywhere. Like, everybody is, like, not the old people, obviously, they don't count. But, like, all of the girls, all of the guys, all of the girls and guys, all of these girls and guys, they're all attractive. So this is what I'm saying is, like, the woke left, in their rush to support and empower women, have had a bit of a struggle with this. But luckily Ozempic is here, so I guess it's back to fat is bad now. So OMG is the same shit. Yeah. Your YouTube recommendations are going to get obliterated. I mean, my YouTube recommendations are always a little wacky. Asmongold, Hair Buddha, Jamie French. I love Jamie French. FF14. And Shrouded House. I stayed in the Earth's deadliest hotel. World of Warcraft. Music. Charlie. Flooded Tombs of the Nile. Oh. Oh no, actually. Excuse me, folks. I gotta put this over here on my other. Sorry, excuse me, folks. That Flooded Tombs of the Nile, that's like crack. I love this shit.
Water.
I could recommend a Cozy WoW video for you if you want to put it on your watch later. Yeah. Jungle Warfare, are you in our Discord? You can always put it in content recommends, honestly. Nobody wants to watch ugly people fall in love for the purpose of entertainment. Herman, you're speaking too much truth. You need to stop this. It's very cozy. Yes, I think that's the point, right? Like, I think therein lies... Oh, Miro, would you like the link to Flooded Tombs of the Nile? No, not in Discord, but I'll see to join. Okay, so let's get this man... How do I give a Discord link again? I'm being stupid now. Wait 1 second. I'm flailing. Invite to server. Copy. Ah! Here. Our Discord's actually really chill. And by the way, I encourage you to mute our Discord. But I do not... I need to heavily tell people this, okay? I only at everyone once a week on Sunday to tell that I'm streaming. I hope other people on chat will assure you that I'm not one of those weird content creator people who are like pinging you all the time. If I'm pinging anybody repeatedly, it's probably Wooly because I'm teasing him. That's about it. Oh, you would like it too? Okay, yes. I'll get it to you. Here, Miro. Here it is. Oh, you found it? Okay. There's the Flooded Tombs of the Nile, folks. I love that shit. You can click on the Discord link above. Jungle, I just posted it into the chat. Hopefully you can find your way. But honestly, like, cross my heart, I don't ping people all the time. So I think I'm pretty chill. We don't... Oh, we may have gotten Jungle Warfare into our Discord. People go rush and say hello to him. Honestly, the only big rule is not to call people names. That's about it. That is literally it. There are a couple roles you can choose if you want to see the gamer channels. You choose gamer. You can also choose reader and writer if you want to see different other channels. Otherwise, you're just going to see, like, maybe general chat, some random shit. One of us. Yeah. So, you can post content requests in the content request stuff. Ooh. What is this? Let's see. What is this thing?
I
15
fear
minutes.
every time they introduce a new love interest, the cycle will run again. Maybe even louder each time. Well, turns out I was wrong. It is not every love interest, it is every woman. I said at the end of that video that I would only come back to Knight's Path if I found something actually interesting to say about it, because there are only so many times you can explain that women who are mentally well adjusted and do not need to fear mirrors do exist, and are indeed the majority. Well, not on Twitter it seems. Here is another random female character from the game who is not even a romance option. The developers got responses along the lines of, "Your general aesthetic values are upsetting to look at. She looks like a Rule 34 parody of Fiona from Shrek." If you think that this is a Shrek parody, you had better look almost angelic. No idea why anyone would raise the bar for women that high, almost misogynist. Of course, Knight's Path is not the only game that gets attacked over its female characters. A very wide range is targeted, from fully covered up, regular looking women who are a bit too friendly and normally adjusted for some people's tastes, all the way through to actually sexualized characters. So the level of lewdness cannot be the real issue. These criticisms get subsumed under one term that has expanded from its core meaning to basically everything a man, or indeed any normal person, might not utterly despise: the male gaze. And pandering to it is of course the vilest crime, implicitly assuming that men are some form of second-class creature that may not have anything it enjoys. Today we will ask a question that is always ignored. Are well-adjusted feminine women actually pandering to men? In about 10 years of this debate, I have never once seen anybody stop and ask, so I went...
Okay. I'm just going to show this here. This is the main female character of a Merge mobile game. Merge Mansion. Let's choose another one. Let's choose Merge... What is it called? Merge County? Merge County? This is the Merge County. Okay, this is Merge County. There's, is it like Merge Seascape? This is Merge Seascape. What are you going to say about each one of these? Merge Lagoon. Seaside Escape. Can anyone... Male gaze, what about them? Sorry, I had to make the joke. That's fine. I think what people need to do is calm down. There is a lot of beauty and attractiveness, both sexualized and non-sexualized, and most of the sexes who are grounded and not losing their shit are fine with it. Now, I will admit there was this one picture I saw of a gacha game character with what looked to be like G-cup titties, wearing like a string bikini, holding a massive gun. And it annoyed me because I felt like it was ludicrous And at the same time, these guys will be the type to like talk about my immersion. Like, I can't have a woman carrying a big fantasy sword in my fantasy game or in my fantasy TV show. But if she's wearing a G string bikini and she's hauling a massive gun in her arms, that's fine. So, Nikki Frontline, yeah. So, this is where I think, like, we need to. I think women need to stop freaking out about shit. But at the same point in time, I do think men cherry pick what they decide is immersive breaking and not immersive breaking. And it's not very. Sometimes what they land on is not. They want both worlds. So they want to slam stuff they don't like as, having immersion breaking shit, etc., etc. And then the next game they're like, no, this is fine. So I think I just whew, I think it can be there can be a bit of a double standard that does exist for both sexes, for sure. To hell with realism? Yeah. So here's the thing. Most normal guys and most normal girls don't care. Most normal guys or girls don't care, right? Like your average the mobile game that I play a lot is called Love Nikki. I say a lot. So Love Nikki, this is Love Nikki. You can see she's a very pretty girl, and you can put her into different types of dresses. And some of the dresses are, well, the legs are unnaturally long, and like some of it can be really crazy. And it has come under fire from woke scolds. So yeah, woke people went after this for having unrealistic body standards when the whole point is you're just dressing her up to have different things. Don't get the spreadsheet out. Yeah. I had an actual spreadsheet for this fucking game. But the I guess what I'm trying to suggest is like there are games out there that women enjoy that woke people go after just as hard as the guys, okay? And it's just really dumb. So here's a I think this is a bathing suit. I don't know why they put books. It's probably like a specific suit that they have to do for a challenge. So that's why it doesn't make sense. But yeah, so lots and lots of normal women. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of normal women don't care about this whole question. The women online who are complaining about this bullshit are most likely doing it with an ideological axe to grind. Now, I don't know about Knight's Path, but let's see.
Went and did some research. I think we all know the general mood around female representation in games, but here are some more examples beyond Knight's Path. Marvel Rivals, which is on the other end of the spectrum entirely and where this happens roughly every season. For every skin, Reddit produces a post about how depressing it is that everyone ignores the blatant sexualization in the game. The reason is of course always it appeals to the male gaze. Never mind the sexualized male outfits, but as we established in these circles, men are treated as second-class beings, so their objectification can never be a problem. We of course also have respected games media participating in the propagation of the male gaze. For example, around Stellar Blade, where IGN France decided that Eve was a doll sexualized by somebody who has never seen a woman. She was built from a 3D scan of an actual Korean woman. Average level of research in modern journalism right there. And anyone who spends a minimal amount of time online will think of a dozen more. The Dove ads, the Blizzard design guides. What is worth noticing is who is actually making these decisions, because it is not the people shouting on Twitter, they are more the rank and file. It is a fairly specific milieu sitting in the creative leadership of large studios, and we will come back to them at the end because they are the ones who matter. The IGN France line is the ideal summary of what is alleged under pandering to the male gaze. Sexualized by somebody who has never seen a woman contains two factual claims. 1. Real women do not look or in other contexts act like this. 2. This exists because it is what men want. Both of these are empirical, they are absolute falsifiable statements about the world, the kind you can go and measure. And they have been measured repeatedly since 1985 by people who were not remotely on my side of any argument. Nobody currently typing the phrase male gaze into a quote tweet seems to have bothered to check whether reality validates their claim. But who needs reality when you have approval from randos on Reddit? 1985. Let us start with Fallon and Rosen, published in the Journal of Abnormal Psychology, which is an American Psychological Association journal and about as mainstream as this field gets. The participants were 475 undergraduates from 2 introductory psychology classes. The experiment is almost crude, but also very effective. Subjects get a row of 9 figure drawings from light to, shall we say, heavy boned. Each subject points at where they see themselves, points at their ideal, points at the one they think the opposite sex finds attractive, and points at the one they actually find attractive in the opposite sex. The men point at roughly the same drawing 3 times, which tells you something quite funny about men, but is not our subject today. The women are much more differentiated. Thinnest of all is their own ideal, then what they think men want, then what men actually want, and then heaviest themselves. The order matters here. Women think men want them thinner than men actually do, and that gap is significant, and their own ideal is thinner still than the standard they are already misattributing to men. To be fair, the men in that study did prefer a figure thinner than the women's current one, so the pressure is not conjured out of nothing, but the women are aiming past in both directions. Does not really seem like the male gaze is quite that harsh, eh? Fallon and Rosen say as much themselves in the discussion. Men's preferences can account for only part of this pursuit of thinness.
Yeah. In A Billion Wicked Thoughts, something that was noted is that fat girls or curvy girls are second to, in terms of porn searches. In terms of porn searches, fat and girls are second to MILFs. So the attractive, fit MILF comes first in the search engines, and then the curvy girls come after. Your average bro actually doesn't want a skeleton, right? Your average bro isn't going to be looking at this. Oh, where is it? Yeah, here we go. Ozempic. The Ozempic, alas, right? Like the Ozempic girls are not necessarily any less or more attractive. Well, they're not more attractive than the original. So this is Jenny Ortega. This is Ozempic Jenny Ortega. Oh, our favorite, which is Ariana Grande, who is a genuinely attractive person. Like, no shade on her. She is attractive. Look at her now. 2024. Ozempic. Okay. Once again, most guys would look at 2010 Ariana Grande, 2014 Ariana Grande, 2018 Ariana Grande. These are pretty beautiful pictures of a lovely lady, right? A lovely girl. But 2022 and onward, things have not gone well for her. So, in my opinion, there are some guys who will look at Jenny Ortega as she is now and find that attractive. But there are many, many men who will look at that and go, no, I actually think she looks more beautiful when she had some fat on her face. So I would argue that a lot of men just want a normal-sized woman who's reasonably fit. Women make it crazier than it is, and often will shame other women who don't play the game. Now, does that mean that there are no men sitting around behaving like assholes? No, there are men out there who have said asshole shit. But to blame everything on them is ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. Especially when we know, not just through the studies, but we know that women appreciate attractiveness and being attractive. So it's not a question of guys all the time saying things. Sometimes it's the girls doing it to each other, or it's the girl doing it to themselves because of mental illness or things that they haven't dealt with, they haven't individuated yet, they haven't grown up. They have they're struggling with mental immaturity and they are hurting themselves, right? They are basically, at the end of the day, they're hurting themselves. And just in case, like, you think this is a white problem, this is by no means a white problem. I tutored Koreans when I was in China, and there were Korean girls who would try to keep themselves underweight to put off their menstruation. We're talking 9-year-olds. So there was this one 9-year-old I knew who looked like a Jenny Ortega type skinniness, and she was doing it on purpose to avoid menstruation. And her older sister was chunkier, not fat, by the way, not overweight, just like putting on your normal puppy pounds when you're a girl, a young girl, right? And her sister was, I think, 12, so a couple years older than the younger girl. And one day I came in to teach them, and the younger sister whispered to me, "Oh my gosh, did you hear? Like, you know, my sister got her period." And I remembered looking at her going, "Okay." And the way the girl acted was like it was the trauma of the century. Now, don't get me wrong. Getting your first period is traumatizing. But the way she was talking about it was so negative. And I remember turning to her and I was like, yeah, that's good that she's starting at this time. It means that she's got a regular cycle and she'll probably have a baby, you know, at when she wants to have one. She's going to be fertile. That's not a bad thing. And she just couldn't believe it, right? Because she had been inculcated by her culture and the other girls at school into thinking that having your period at the age of 12 was going to destroy your life, and that you should be underweight to minimize your period as much as possible. It's on the parents at that point. Yeah, the parents also weren't helping. The mom in the situation was a sweet woman, but she wasn't telling her daughters the right things. I would attribute 2026 Ariana to an eating disorder more than Ozempic. I think your eating disorder combined with Ozempic would absolutely cause a problem like that. Yeah. The celebrities look sickly? Yes. My only issue with Marvel Rivals is that it's comic book heroes in a game rated T for teen. Yeah, I mean, if it's too pervy for teens, then maybe it shouldn't be there. FF14 modding is the same. The girls' avatars are scary, like doll-like with no fat on the face, and it's a mod. Yikes. So I think to a degree, like, there have been, okay, I'm not gonna lie, there have been men in my life who said things to me that were, well, they were more like boys. Let's all be real. Boys. But boys have said things when I was a sensitive teen girl. And I just ended up giving up and not trying to take care of myself at all because I was like, never mind, pack it up. And I think that that's a problem. Girls need to be taught to put their foot down and say, no, you shouldn't say that to me. That's hurtful and you need to apologize. So there are areas where women need to own to their sensitivity and also stand up for themselves and put their foot down. But at the same point in time, just because a boy said something to you when you were a teen doesn't mean that the whole institution is saying the same thing. Because a lot of those boys are stupid and are just running at the mouth. And they're just being insensitive, and they're on their own, path of learning. Anyway, let's keep going.
Themselves in the discussion. Men's preferences can account for only part of this pursuit of thinness. That is 1985, and maybe the culture has changed. But even recent studies, which follow more or less the same methodology while using slightly different sets of figures, get pretty much the same results. Recently in 2022, on 960 Italian sports science students, which is an unusual crowd, most of them training several hours a week, but the results stayed the same anyway. Women thought men preferred women thinner than men actually reported, and this time they also measured the reverse, so we know that men were significantly more accurate than women at predicting what the opposite sex finds attractive, which is fairly unexpected. But back to 1985 for a moment, because Fallon and Rose...
So women feel here. Their ideal is here. They think attractive is there. And this is where men actually are. So they feel like they're at a 5. They want to be a low 4. Lower than the ideal. And men are actually like 4.5. Whereas men feel like a 5. Their ideal is a 5. They're attractive. So they think they are more attractive than they actually are. Wait a minute. Is that what I'm reading? No. Wait a minute. So if a low 5 is what they think is attractive, they think they're higher than a low 5? Oh, so maybe I guess maybe what they're I guess maybe what we can take away is that the guys' view of themselves is actually what women see. So men have a more grounded awareness of who they are and how attractive they are on the scale compared to women. Women don't know how attractive they are, but men understand how attractive or not attractive they are. So men are perhaps more aware or honest with themselves. And this dotted line probably is showing that they do feel a little less attractive, but not unduly so. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So most guys feel like they are in the 5 region, and they are, in the eyes of women, mostly in the 5 region.
Rosen left the question open, and 7 years later somebody asks it. 1992, Kohn and Adler in Psychology of Women Quarterly note the journal. This is feminist psychology doing its own work on its own terms, presumably expecting a different answer. An ideal hostile witness. They used the same silhouettes, but there was one extra question. Not what do you think men want, what do you think other women want? See, that is the feminism right there. 4 figures, women's answers, thinnest to heaviest, thinnest of all, what women think other women want, then what women think men want, then their own ideal, then themselves. The standard women attribute to other...
Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Look, see. Let's make this nice and big, folks, so we can see this. Oh. Interesting. So on a scale, women feel like they are super fat at a 4. Okay, so they're like, "Oh, gee, I'm so fat. I'm at this 4 level here." Their ideal would be to, let's say, go down to a 3.3. They believe this will still make them a little bit unattractive, but it's close enough to the attractive rating of like 3.05. They believe or have gotten the message from their peers that they ought to be 2.9. Now, if we look over here in terms of weight and presumably attractiveness, men's current perception of themselves is close to their peers, what their peers are expecting. And they haven't yet quite reached their personal ideals or what they believe society is attractive, but they are doing well compared to what their peers are expecting. Now, here's my gut instinct about this. All this is showing is that when it comes to other men, men aren't running around telling other men how they look. No homo, right? Like, this is not as huge of an indicator. Like, obviously, you'll get guys who will make comments like, "Oh, you put on some pounds," or like, "Oh, you've been at the gym. Good on you," right? But generally speaking, your weight is not going to be a common topic. I'm just going to assume, guys, in chat, when was the last time you talked about your weight or your level of attractiveness to another man? When's the last time you talked about it? And like, double checked to make sure that you're doing okay. Ben says never. Sim's not talking to people. Okay, you know what? All right. Okay, come on, people. That's gay. And Racken, Leo, Wooly, Royal, help us out here. Is Epic here? Epic is pretty coiffed. He takes care of himself. He looks like a cute boy. I've talked about weight, but more about health related, not attractiveness. Okay, health related. They just make jokes about it. My entire customer base is Navy, and there's an indoor gym 20 feet from the store. Attractiveness, never. Weight, only when convert. Okay, so I sense, okay, I sense that how men talk about fitness is probably healthier, right? So it's not about my value as a sex partner all the time. It's more about, am I healthy? Am I fit? And the attractiveness will just kind of come along with it or never come along with it. I also think men have more stress about being financially a provider. So men probably feel their relative value is actually more linked to their job, their position, their power, or their finances. So, like, a man can kind of make themselves more attractive just by virtue of other things because women are going to be valuing a man on a whole spectrum, like a whole spectrum of things, right? A man in a woman's eyes is not good enough that he's just hot. He also has to have a good job. He has to be able to take care of the kids, preferably pick up his socks, not be too close to his mom, but not be too far from the mom, right? Like a woman has a lot of check boxes for a man to jump through. Attractiveness, depending on the woman, will range in different orders of importance. So a man doesn't have to worry as much about that. He's more worrying about, do I have a good enough job? Do I have my own house? Is my car in working order? That kind of shit. I think men try to compensate for their weaknesses, yes. But for some reason, women seem to think that all women have to be is attractive. Did that perception that all a woman has to be is attractive and nothing else, is that perception coming from other women or from men or a mix of both? Weight is discussed a lot, and to be honest, I feel like my health improved just by being in that environment socially. Yeah, well, you look pretty good, Epic, so you should give yourself a pat on your back. And your hair doesn't look crazy. It looks very nice. I just feel like women have communicated to men over the centuries multiple times that they need the man to be financially stable and, be in control of the situation and be funny and be safe and be a bit aggressive, but be competent. Like they've given men this almost unrealistic checklist. But when men talk to women about what they are looking for, are they always clear? Or is this thing that women are doing to themselves and to each other self-inflicted, completely self-inflicted? I think there must have been on some level a role in which men have played a part where women only value themselves based off of their attractiveness. But it's clear that in terms of men, they're just simply not talking about it a lot, or they're just feeling more confident about it. And women lack that confidence, or they're talking about it too much. They're focusing on it too much. And why are they focusing on it too much? Is it simply coming from the women, or have men also played a role? And I personally think it always takes two to tango. But I also think women do it to each other. I know I'm physically attractive to women that like tall, fit, older men, but it's not relevant for a long-term relationship. Yeah, I mean, they have to also fall in love with your wonderfully cute habit of sending gacha game gifs. Epic says, thank you. I try to take care of myself and glad it's working. Yes, it's working. Keep trucking, Epic. You're doing great. From my experience, men only valued me in my 20s based on how much they wanted to fuck me. So it's not always a woman's fault they end up with that mindset. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I think a lot of women engage with men at a young age when men don't communicate well. And women take it as gospel truth, unfortunately. But look at what's happening with women here. So women feel like they're complete shitsters over here. Look at them. They think that they're completely losing the plot at 5.2. Their ideal is further down. The attractive ideal is further down. And then what other women are telling them, or what they think other women are telling them, is even further down. So this just shows, I think, that women are not only talking about it more, but they're ragging on each other more, which I have contended for a long time. And this is the uncomfortable truth that feminists are not addressing, honestly addressing, which is this bullshit right here, that women are destroying other women. Now, is it because they want the other woman to eventually go crazy and give up so then they can be thin and they can get the guy? Either way, these women are doing it to other women because they believe this is the way. And you as a man can come and tell me, well, Chieko, this is not what we actually think. Well, that's great. That's wonderful. I figured it out. I'm old now. But it does make me wonder if girls engaging with immature men or predators come away thinking this is what all men want. And this is all that they need. When that's not the case, I'm fairly sure that many guys in my chat here would rush to tell me that there are other qualities that they would love to see in their woman, like a sense of humor, maybe maternal values, diligence, intelligence. I don't know. You can say what is, besides attractiveness, what would be something you'd like to see in your woman? A spirit of creativity or entrepreneurial risk, whatever it is, right? But for some reason, women are putting much higher premium on this, and they're doing it to other women. In the previous graph, men thought they were closer to the ideal than what was generally attractive. So a lot of self-confidence in appearance, at least when that was taken 40 years ago, yes. And in fact, if you see the ideal here, if you see the ideal for men here, and then I'll change it to where men actually are, here, men are still very close to their ideal. They still think, I don't have to work that hard to get there. I can get there. I'm fine. Women, on the other hand, look at the space between. Well, we have to be careful here because this is the reality. The reality is here. Sorry, the reality is here, and then the peer ideal is here. But the actual ideal, or the societal ideal for men. So men believe that their own ideal and their societal ideals are so close as to be almost indistinguishable. But if you take a look at women, women have completely split between their ideal for themselves, the general understanding of attractive ideals, and what they think their peers want. A sweet, peaceful disposition comes right after physical fitness. Yep. Both men and women just need a realistic view of themselves, but also to learn value themselves apart from their looks. Absolutely. Yeah. It's not reality. That's just how they perceive their state. Exactly. This is the point, Sim. The point isn't whether we know whether these people are actually attractive or not attractive. That is not the point of what this discussion is about. We're not talking about whether Wooly is actually attractive. We're talking about How does Wooly, believing that he's attractive, change his behaviors and expectations from himself and from the society? And if you are a woman who feels that you're in the orange and other women are telling you you should be in the yellow, and your ideal is somewhere between this purple and this blue here, you can see how women are kind of fucked in the head. You can see how they are kind of fucked in the head, right? Now, does that mean that every single woman is like this? Absolutely not. But even I, who is basically Asmon girl, okay? Even me, I actually would put something like this in the same order. I would still rank this way because I still feel that throughout my life, women were the harshest critics of my lifestyle, my choices. And what I was told by other women was so overwhelming as to drive me crazy at one point. Yeah, I'm a roach queen. Yeah, basically, but without the roaches because I hate that shit. And I grew up in an age without TV. I was sheltered by a mother who was not wearing makeup, who never put nail polish on. I grew up in the most conservative family, not the most conservative family, but like 4/5 of the way there. Super conservative. A mother who needs those. Shut up, Ben. I wasn't raised in a world with influencers, and I will still put this as being true. I would still put this as being true. I would still put myself in orange over here. I would still put women's ideals being extremely unfair over here. I would still feel that I'm quite distant from my attractive ideals. This is completely still within my purview, and I'm somebody who doesn't care. But I would still say that this is actually alarmingly accurate on how I would perceive society. Now, does that mean I'm actually that bad? Does it mean that women are actually saying that they're this good or this good or this good or whatever? No, we're not saying that. We're talking about how your perception is. What I find interesting is that women's perception is completely extreme compared to how men perceive themselves and how they perceive each other or how they feel perceived. So obviously, men have a healthier discussion about this and they feel less crunch over the physical shit, probably because historically men don't need to be attractive to be wanted. There are other things that a woman will value a man for. But have men historically communicated to women that there are other things that women are valued for? And I do question that. I think in some religious circles, yes. But I think there has been a historical miscommunication. And women also, being cruel creatures, harm themselves and each other by perpetuating this as well. So it's like 2 for 1. I think loyalty ranks highest. I don't want to play romance games. I want a family and all that jazz. Yep, that's fair. Peer pressure is crazy. Humans are crazy. Yep. Also, women surely listen to other women way more. Yep, even if men are as loud, and vice versa. So men's opinion doesn't matter, and women are getting them secondhand from other women. For sure. For sure. Yep. Alliances between realms. But like, you can see here, right? You can see here that women are cooked. You can, and this helps us understand, right? Why some women, imagine if you're a woke person coming into the situation, Right? You're going to see this. You're going to see this, and what are you going to do with it? You're going to blame men, right? You're going to blame men. My argument would be that women do it to themselves, women do it to each other, but I don't think it came out of nowhere. And I think, and if one or two people say one or two hurtful things, we all know that the negative criticism screams louder than all of the positivity you can get. And if you get one negative male voice in your life, that can cause a woman to spiral, especially if you are a young, immature young woman who hasn't individuated. Women are emotionally and mentally vulnerable at times, especially when they're young. And if a guy comes out and is like, I don't like you, you're ugly, or, I guess you're good enough for a fuck, that's going to mess with a young girl. It's really going to mess with a young girl. And it can make this situation worse, for sure. But I am unwilling to give all the blame to men and say it's some form of patriarchy. I don't think it's institutionalized. I think women participate in it, and I think women don't take responsibility for their maturity, and they don't have enough. Sometimes they might have heard something hurtful from a man, and they go to a girlfriend who is actually not a good friend, and that girl pours oil on the fire and makes it worse. And so movement was created by a woman. It was mostly for women after all. Is that like a joke, or is that real? Anyway, let's keep
Other
going.
women is the harshest number anywhere in that study, harsher even than the imagined male gaze, and the gap to their own ideal is significant. So the female gaze is actually the strictest one. To give you an idea of how far off women were about the male gaze, 69% of the women in that study picked one of the 3 thinnest silhouettes as what men find most attractive, while only 25% of the men actually picked those figures. To be fair, the same study caught the men doing it as well, overestimating how much other men admire sheer bulk. There is no greater pain for a man than finding out his friends never admired his morphophysiology as much as he thought. Now, another accusation you will all
Yeah, I mean, once again, one of the funny things was dick sizes. Guys have weird ass ideas about dicks, which is hilarious. But like, there was this whole kerfuffle because it turns out that like, certain biological studies of men had allowed for self-reporting. And guys were so scared about being too small that they would like lie about their penis size. Anyway, it was just they like no one cares, bro. Um it anyway. Yeah. It's just really really funny. It's just really really interesting cuz like guys also are kind of saying that men, you know, want them to be bulked out, or like I'm going to be more impressive if I look like that super bulky guy, when like for example a girl like me, I actually think men who are super bulky are disgusting and gorilla like. I think men who are bulked out too much are literally disgusting to me. Like one of Chris Hemsworth, the way his arms kind of have to hang loosely by his sides because like the muscles beside his like chest muscles that are underneath near his armpits, I don't know what they're called. They're so like bulky he can't lay his arms flat on his body. I actually think that is disgusting and horrible. So, yeah. The only jokes you hear throughout school is about size. I bet.
always see leveled at female characters is that they wear too much makeup, that it is unrealistic in whatever context the game exists in, and that it is once again done for the male gaze. An implicit allegation that men expect women to wear heavy makeup. 2014, Jones, Kramer, and Ward in the Quarterly Journal of Experimental Psychology published for the Experimental Psychology Society. Respectable and nobody's idea of a reactionary outfit, like all the journals I quote here. They photographed 44 women barefaced and then again with their own makeup done for a night out, and built a slider for each face that ran between the two. Then they asked 44 observers 3 questions. Set it to what you find attractive, set it to what you think women in general want, set it to what you think men in general want. On what they personally found attractive, men and women landed in roughly the same place, no gender war anywhere inside. If anything, the women in the study preferred marginally more makeup than the men, though not significantly, so I will not lean on that. Then both groups overestimated what women want, and then both groups overestimated what men want by even more. So the women were painting their faces for a standard that nobody in that study held, that men held least of all, and that not one participant had ever articulated. Men do not produce the current makeup standard. Men, when you measure them, want less of it than women assume. The men in the study also got the estimate wrong, mind you, which I would guess has something to do with everyone having been told for 30 years that evil men force women to wear makeup, but that is a guess, not a finding. Now, October 2024. Theresa Lynch, Annie Dooley, Matthew Erxleben in Communication Research, one of the big 3 flagship journals in the field. You have a feminist media researcher who opens by stating that sexism pervades gaming. She's not doing this to own the chuds, I hope. She believes sincerely that hypersexualized female characters are a problem, and she has designed 2 studies to demonstrate it. She builds custom female fighters in Soul Calibur 6, varying visual markers of sexualization and strength. 4 types of character, 2 versions of each, so 8 in total. There are 2 experiments in the paper, and the one we want is the first. The participants for the first study are 239 undergraduates from a communications program, majority female, who also by their own reporting barely play games. So we are asking people who do not play video games how video game characters should look, which is a good start, I would say. Now look at how sexualization was defined, because this is where it comes apart before anybody's even asked the question. Larger breasts, lower waist-to-hip ratio, more revealing clothing. Only one of those 3 is about display. The other 2 are body shape. Breast size and waist-to-hip ratio are what sexual dimorphism is. They are the traits that visually distinguish an adult woman from an adult man, and they have been doing that job since long before anybody had a word for sexualization. So the dial-marked sexualization is turning 2 things at once, and one of them is just how female the character looks. Which is not my inference, it is their own result. The characters they built as sexualized came back rated as more feminine. The instrument cannot tell those apart because it was never built to. So, the results. The sexualized characters were rated more feminine. They were also liked less, especially by the women. So far, so discourse. Ask a room of communication undergraduates whether they disapprove of sexualized female characters, and they will tell you yes at length. Then, at the end of study 1, they were shown all 8 and asked which one they would actually pick to play. The women went for the character rated most feminine, which was one of the high sex appeal designs. That is the gap between stated and revealed preference, and it is a large one. They told the researcher one thing on the rating scale and then did the opposite when handed a choice. And Lynch, to her considerable credit, does not bury it. She says in interviews that she was surprised the women still selected the most sexualized character. She offers the confound herself. That character was also rated the most feminine, so perhaps they were choosing the one they identified with. And she asks, her question, not mine, whether women are able to separate sexual appeal from femininity at all. Which is a marvelous question to arrive at, given she had already answered in her own method section. She built the conflation into the instrument used to measure sexualization, then found it in her participants, then wrote it up as a worry about the participants. And the men? 45% of them went for the character with the fewest sex appeal clues and the most strength. They picked away from sex appeal. The authors also concede in their own limitations that their sample was probably more sensitized than the general population to the harms of sexualization, and that this may explain the rejection. That's academia speak, for they are hard-left humanities students. If it is broadly true that women select these characters more readily than men do, and that is the finding from the least sympathetic possible source, then the existence of these characters is at minimum not a crime against women. You would think it might even count in their favor. Communications undergraduates, when asked which one they would play, went straight for the feminine option. And yet the conclusion never moves. It is still pandering to men, it is still the male gaze, it is still somehow something men did. Would the female gaze not be the more accurate term at this point? Men do not want it per the data, women pick it per the data. Therefore, men are responsible for it. Like in those boomer comedy routines about marriage. Rule 1, the woman is always right. Rule 2, if the woman is wrong, refer to Rule 1. Because these accusations are not born out of data or out of any real concern for women. They are political and emotional in nature. The male gaze is a vague boogeyman, useful for mobilizing the miserable on social media and for pushing a design agenda that empirically appeals to neither men nor women. If the thought leaders in this debate were genuine, they would long since have realized that they are shadowboxing. Every measurement anybody has taken of the man they are allegedly protecting gaming from says he is not there. He does not want the makeup they think he wants, he does not want the silhouette women think he wants. Shown the characters and asked which one he would play, he goes for the stronger ones over the sexualized ones. They have spent a decade legislating against a consumer who appears in no dataset ever collected. These are small datasets, and I will say that plainly, but given the politics of the researchers and the composition of the samples, especially in the Lynch study, they are more than enough to infer a direction. No.
Yeah, I mean, they found 25% of men were looking for something specific. So are there 0 men who have no sexual preferences and do want flopping breasts in their MMO game? Yeah, I think there are absolute thirst traps out there who appreciate and sexualize the female form to an unhealthy degree. And some of that behavior that I've personally encountered in the gaming sphere is because of either lack in real life, they don't actually have a good woman in their real life, or because of their upbringing, their lack of maturation. The one young man that turned me off excessively and did make me feel a bit uncomfortable, not unduly so, was in Eve Echoes. The way he spoke to the vice president of our corporation when he found out that she was a female, and the way he spoke to me when he found out I was a female. This was at the same time. It was crass, disgusting, rude, and like within 5 minutes of finding out that I was an actual biological female, he sent me his personal photo. Like, I've never, ever had a man slide into my DMs with a photo in my whole life until that moment. So are there men out there who are completely losing the plot and are really just pure, like, gross, period? Yeah, there are, right? But to paint all men with that brush and say, oh yes, men, men never change. you know, this is unfair, right? This, like, what if I came into this community and met with you, all of you guys, right? And I'm speaking to you guys, not to party. What if I met all of you guys with a chip on my shoulder because of what happened in Eve Echoes? That would be unfair to all of you, right? There are many, many of you right now here in the chat who admire the female form, appreciate the female form, enjoy when you see a sexy girl. But I know that, for example, Ben plays a male character in Final Fantasy XIV all the time. Dane plays a male character. Wooly played a male character. There are many, many people, like many people, who don't think about the female form all the time that way. So to paint all men this way, I think is malicious and disingenuous because I don't think that's true. Do I think that there's some biological realities that we need to talk about how men do have like the straightest neural pathway between their eyes and their dick? Yeah, sure. We could talk about that. But generally speaking, a grown man with reasonable amounts of maturation is not running around valuating a game based on whether the main female character has enough makeup on. Now, there have been some um how can I say this? There have been some unhinged takes, I think, out of backlash to the whole fat positivity movement, where anytime you have a woman who's just dowdy or normal looking, suddenly it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be woke. I think that there's some IPs and genres where the women should just be super attractive, just like the Hallmark film, right? Everyone's going to be super attractive. It's going to be unrealistic AF. Nobody cares. So coming into those spaces where the IPs are known for having attractive characters, like a gacha game, or an IP is known for having an attractive character, like Lara Croft, trying to flatten that character, physically flatten them. I think that's the term that they use in behind the scenes for thespians, where they make an attractive actor look ugly. So when they flatten a character like Lara Croft, I think you got a problem. And if they flatten a character that's in like a sim game, like Sims, I think that's a problem because a lot of people might want to be attractive. But that being said, I will say that I have heard some men making some crazy statements about what I thought was a fairly normal looking character, and people were just like, oh, you know, it's a woke game because it's a female character in the lead and she's not got her tits out. There are many problems with Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows. The way that they dressed now is not one of them. You know, the Ghost of Tsushima 2 may end up being chock full of weird ass bullshit, but dressing the female a certain way in Japanese society that covers her body more than less, right? I don't think that's going to be the issue. So I think it's about timeliness. And most of us, when we are complaining about video games putting ugly characters in the case of Concord, everybody was ugly, even the men were ugly, so that was a shame. But in the case of, like, for example, complaining about Marvel Rivals or Stellar Blade or something, that's really stupid because that's the fantasy they're selling people. And expecting anything else is really dumb, I think. There's plenty of bun and cat girls around, yeah. Or how Now It Looks was the least of their game's problems. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I never thought I'd see a day a tomboy in a skin-tight bodysuit would be rejected. It's funny to me, splinter group of people angry about the protagonist of Stellar Blade 2 because she doesn't have Eve's voluptuous frame. Well, that's funny. Maybe there are two different groups, Wooly, right? Maybe there's like a group of people who hated Eve because she represents hot women and that's bad. But then if they make something that's less sexualized or like more skinny mini or more tomboy like, then there's going to be like guys who like booba who are complaining. So it's like maybe two separate groups. I don't know. You'd let me know. My Warrior of Light is my power fantasy. Yeah, I mean I get that. You know, you kind of want to break from arthritis-ridden Lala body with a pot belly. Anyway, holy airball, yikes. Yeah. A girl in a video game? I watched the Underwater Tombs video. You did, Herman? Arthritic balding dwarf, yes. The Stellar Blade 2? Okay, we'll watch it after. Let's look it up after. Stellar Blade 2. We'll watch it as soon as we finish this.
Nobody has ever produced a contrary finding. If the male gaze were a real measurable preference, somebody would have caught it by now. It is not hiding. Male preference has been measured to death. It simply keeps coming back, looking nothing whatsoever like the thing everybody is angry about. Of course, the reality with all of these...
Yeah, I think men have preferences. The problem is that people who want to make men the enemy are making up how bad the preferences are when they aren't as world-ending as women actually think they are. And that's just the way it is.
These debates is that the internet is not real. One side fights the male gaze to push their ideology and farm miserable misandrists online, and there is another side, the sneakos of this world farming miserable misogynists. The sneako types aren't going after gaming, so they usually aren't worth attention. But we still find ourselves in the crossfires. Nobody can make 50 videos out of the finding that men and women broadly agree about what looks nice and both overestimate how demanding the other one is. There is no enemy in this. And how do you keep people riled up when there is nobody to fight? Well, there is somebody. But when you look at who actually holds the decision-making positions in the large studios and who greenlights this stuff, it is hipster-looking men more often than not, being financed by less hipster-looking men. And the rank and file is usually just hipster-looking men and women. Random miserable women on Twitter are not exactly the biggest problem we are facing, and being played against women in general is a waste of energy. There are much bigger fish to fry. In any case, I hope you enjoyed today's video. Until next time, stay curious, stay skeptical, and of course, stay toasty. Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, there is... Oh, yikes. There's... That was a good video, Wooly. That was interesting. He actually brought out some data. He brought out a study. That was interesting. I think he is correct that we should be asking who is actually making these decisions and why are they making these decisions, and obviously when it comes to the whole discussion, it is very possible that some of the decisions being made about making women air quote more realistic or whatever, like more unsexualized, quote unquote, is by men who are trying to signal to women. So, as we all know, there's something called the male feminist. The male feminist acts like a feminist in order to have sex with women. So it is very possible that these beta physically, sadly, like, here's the sad part. I hate to say, but there are some of us large women who find smaller men attractive. Like, I don't know how to, like, not all women are shallow assholes. But anyway, I could see how some men might play the feminist in order to get the ladies, But my question is, like, do they not realize that they are trying to court the craziest lot of the bunch? Like the craziest people who, like, the craziest type of women? Like, is that the woman you want to have in your life? The one who's going to make you feel like shit all the time? So this is where I feel like if this is in fact just being caused by men in suits who are beta type males and are just trying to signal to women so that they can have sex, I wish to break them from the freedom with the knowledge that they don't need to put unsexy women in the video game to make us happy. We will actually still date them. They're just aiming for the completely wrong women. And of course, they're probably aiming for those women because they all share the same political values. So they're going to literally cuck themselves. It's sad. It's very sad. Just sad. Someone needs to look after the crazies. It's pretty much all of them in my college. 14 vampiring caught. I have been watching a bit of Shenpai, I will admit. There's always another straw man, true. Sounds like the Magic the Gathering drama about Y'shtola blaming her for being a cat girl. Wow. Rage against the hipster men. I find small men who are coiffed to be extremely attractive, okay? I don't need my man to be taller than me. But you know, if the man has a chip on his shoulder or is white knighting in a way that makes me feel like I'm being infantilized or I'm being patronized or they're pulling their punches because I'm a woman and they want to like be nice to me, I'm like, nah, get your two-faced snake tongue out of here. I have no beef with hipster guys. Because I'm not very I have aesthetic. I have a sense of aesthetics. I love here's my thing, okay? I love goth sensibilities. I do. And I personally have a sense of aesthetic that I enjoy. But I don't pursue it a lot because I'm lazy and I just don't care as much. But if a guy is like super fashionable and takes care of himself and loves like to, you know, cut his nails and buff them and polish them and put mousse in his hair and all of that stuff, I'm like, go with God. Like, you know, like I don't care. Like that shit doesn't bother me. But I recently actually bought a dress. Let's see if I can find it. This one here. I recently bought a pinafore dress. It's called the corset pinafore, I think. Yeah, but I bought it in the green color. Here, I'll show you the green color one. I don't know if it will. But anyway, this is like an example of a dress that I would wear to like a nice function. This is Chico's vibe right here. So I have a personal sense of like, what do I want to wear? Absolutely. Purple. I mean, I would wear a deep purple for sure, but I bought the green one. They didn't have purple. They only had black and green. Maybe they had like a light purple, but I was like, no, I can only do deep purples. It's a nice green. Yeah. So anyway, so I have a sense of personal fashion. If a guy is a bit of a hipster and likes fashion, is a bit of a metrosexual, does not bother me. Slytherin vibes? Maybe. Maybe. I'm a Ravenclaw girl myself, but I wanted to be in Slytherin. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Party told me that I should get it. But anyway, I was wearing it for her her wedding. So that's what I wore to Party's wedding. First dress in years. I haven't bought a dress in ages. I don't. You could talk to a character in a Victorian novel in that dress. Yeah. Yeah. I could cosplay being a Victorian in this dress for sure. I don't buy dresses a lot. I just need to make this clear. But I'm saying, even though I personally don't have my own fashion sense, if a guy had fashion sense, I don't see a big deal with that. It's when they start doing weird shit because they're compensating. Okay. Let's look up Stellar Blade trailer. Stellar Blade 2 trailer. Stellar Blade Blood Rain? Wait 1 second. I'm gonna say it's this. This is probably gonna get DMCA. Wow. This is like such a detailed world that they have. That's cool. This is like reminds me of Cyberpunk too a bit, right? Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever it's called.
The outer circle line train bound for Nexus sector is now arriving. Please wait for everyone to exit before.
I think guys wearing a cloak is fine. Cloaks are kind of fun. Oh? I wonder, drugs?
Evie. Evie.
Drugs?
Evie.
I'm listening.
The Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Okay, is this the girl? Is this the Tom girl? She's cute. Would you mind a guy wearing a cloak? Depends on the cloak. Am I also wearing something? I think if you're wearing something weird together, it's like going in, like I did cosplay. So, like if you're cosplaying together, it's fine. But if you only have one person doing cosplay, then it could get weird. Weird shit for compensating. Looks at 3D printed projects to find weird. This is the Tom girl. I think she looks cute, but once again, I don't know. Maybe you guys have a different viewpoint.
Yeah?
I don't think she looks
It's our
unattractive.
first mission in a while. Aren't you a little excited?
We can't see her breasts.
Stop
Maybe that's
saying
the
weird
problem.
things.
Okay, take it easy.
She's not ugly. Oh,
They're
we
moving.
maybe the problem is we're not seeing her ass and breasts right away. So that's the problem. Oh no. Well, let's see. Let's see.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
She's very covered.
Tracking.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing.
Oh wow. Okay, she's got ass cheeks. She's got ass cheeks. She's got some thigh. I mean, she's very small. That kind of like shift from cutscene to gameplay was pretty. That felt pretty smooth. That felt pretty nice.
How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
I also feel like she sounds
Just
kind of
saying.
attractive.
It's cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the Father!
Okay, is she gonna take off her coat? Oh! 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 Okay, so her coat's not coming off. Take off her coat! Wow, that's a butt shot. The guy's hot too, actually. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, did you see? So she does have booba, but bad news for anybody who likes G cups. That's looking like a solid she's tinier. She is a tiny girl. That's like what? An A? Maybe? Party, help me out. I don't know these things. She's cute. Like a small fluffy animal. She's... Yes! Wooly. Cute! Cute. I do agree. Like she... But I still haven't played the first one. I just have to ask, though. Like a B? Yeah, you think like a B cup? Yeah, not very big. Nothing says badass like a woman in spandex. I mean, she's punching above her weight, but she's a robot, so it's okay, I guess. But, people are saying she's not attractive? Are people saying she's not attractive? In my brain, I bought this already. She floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. The music in Stellar Blade is so good and relaxing. I hope IGN gives this game a 6 so we know it will be good. The closest we're ever going to get to Battle Angel Alita game. Holy crap, I'm definitely buying this. This is where our Nikki money goes to. It's like being in both Night City and Midgar. Pre-order now. Looks better every time I see it. So far, I'm not seeing any negativity here. She does look young compared to Eve. Yes, she looks like she's going to be bait for somebody. She is definitely more tomboy. Oh. She's definitely more tomboy. She's definitely not bigger breasted like Eve. But if people are complaining about her for some bizarre reason, they need to get themselves checked in. Because this is still, in my humble opinion here, I still think she's attractive. Like, is she svelte? No. Is she mama? No. But, like, she's not ugly. People complaining or self-reporting. Anybody who's complaining about this chick not being attractive needs to get checked. Because I understand she might not be attractive to you. I understand she might not feel like it's okay for you to want to bang her. But she is not ugly. I don't see this as... Do people think this is like some kind of... It looks like the ScarJo suit in Ghost in the Shell? Absolutely. I don't understand how people are... I'd say cute. Yeah. She's not like svelte or sensual. She's not like Gal Gadot, right? This isn't a Gal Gadot attractiveness. But this is where I'm saying people who... There are some right-wing people. I don't want to come off as being unreasonable here. But I do think that there's some people on both the right wing and left wing who when they say like, oh, this isn't attractive enough, it's more like it's not sexy to me. And that's a valid stance to have. You can say, I don't find this sexy. But does that mean that they made a video game with an ugly character? No. This is still attractive. It's just maybe not everyone's personal level or direction of attraction. The complaint is she looks too young. She does look very young. But does she look like... That makes her look very young. This is like bait right here. But once she gets moving, she doesn't look like that. In this picture, she looks like an 18-year-old. Maybe 17. Very, very young. Very fresh-faced. Also, if you look carefully, she is wearing eyeliner and mascara with some smudge of eyeshadow. But if you look at the ratio of her face is childlike. So generally, when you have makeup on, you look older. Like, makeup ages you. They have makeup on her, but she's not aged. And I think it's because of the ratio of the cheek, the fullness of her cheeks, the soft chin, and the small forehead. She's just tiny. So in summary, leftoids whined about her being PDF bait. Yep. While rightoids whined about her being a downgrade from Eve. I don't think she looks like a child, but she certainly has some attributes that are softer, right? But then she has a body. Okay, the reason why it's coming off child is because she has the round facial features, but then she's less breasted and more athletic build, which is what a young girl would be. A young girl would be very attractive, but less boob and more athletic. You gotta laugh or drink heavily? Yeah. Maybe she has a hormonal problem. If she had a hormonal problem, she would be fatter. So cystic ovarian syndrome, COS. So if you have like something like cystic ovarian syndrome or whatever it's called, where your ovaries have cysts, what happens with that is your hormones go bonkers, your breasts don't grow, but your weight packs on AF. So usually you can't grow breasts when you have COS, but you will gain weight. An android hormonal problem. She hasn't had her period yet. She's an android. And that's another problem as well. Like, we need to all take a chill pill here. I don't think she looks like a child, but she is younger faced and she has an athletic body. So that does give youth, like very young for sure. But if we look at her height, she's not that tiny. Like, she still has, like, she's a normal heighted, like, tiny Asian woman, right? Like this is intended to be like a Korean female build. None of the discourse will matter if the game is good. That is a fair point. True and real. Nobody will care. Not really. We will all show up for the game if it's fun to play. People will want to play it. If it's fun to play, it will be fine. But I do think it's funny that people are freaking out over that. That is hilarious. That is something else. I also heard that Fable got fixed. Is that true? Okay, so according to no. According to Player Orb Gaming, Fable went from this to this, and the difference in the latest footage is getting a lot of attention. They basically confirmed that they added character customization. It has better facial detail, hair, skin, lighting, and overall character rendering. So this is the new upgrade. It's a bit better. Look, I thought she was a kid at first, but I know she isn't. Still got an ick vibe from her before the combat. If people are judging based off a few screenshots, I get it, but the gameplay saves it. Yeah, I agree, Epic. Yeah. Also, seeing her standing helps a lot. I'm going to be honest, I did. Do you remember the story that I told you about the two girls? With the one girl who was over exercising to save herself from having her period? The mother was tiny. Like, tiny. She was insanely tiny. Like, I don't know how she got two babies out of her. It must have been C-section each and every time. Or her kids were just born undersized or preemies. But the mom would pass as a child. Her mom would pass as a child. It's still being made by a dev team known for racing games. Well, oddly enough, No Man's Sky's pedigree before No Man's Sky was like Hello Games before No Man's Sky was doing something completely different. So it is possible to turn over and start something completely different and still be okay. But we shall see when it comes out. I find it strange that there was even a big push in games to make women less feminine and more masculine. It is a bit weird. I thought we were supposed to embrace our femininity, but I guess not. They realized they needed appealing looking characters in their audio-visual medium. Yeah. Who knew? Well, especially with Fable. I think in Fable, it is important to give players a choice because in the original Fables, you played as moderately attractive people, and you married and had kids and shit. So I think it would be important to make sure that players feel like they have a choice or that they can play somebody that's moderately attractive and doesn't turn them off every time they, switch the camera view or whatever. So a bunch of Korean men and women chimed in about how women like Evie are very normal to see in Korea. Yeah. So what I'm trying to suggest is that this very young looking girl, this is common for Asian women. Right? In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't want to make allegations. I'm looking it up. Wait 1 second. Yeah, so this came from The Guardian. 3,000 young Chinese athletes found to be older than they claimed. X-rays of 15,000 athletes reveal a fifth have misrepresented their ages. So they're like a couple years older or whatever. And not to be confused with also adding years to the ages of 2 gymnasts so they could be eligible to compete at last year's Olympics after reports indicated the gold medalists might be younger than 16. So not only are some people pretending to be older than they are, but some people who are younger are pretending to be older. So anyway, the long and short of it is the reason why that happens is that women, I think, who are from certain Asian descents are just built smaller. So in many people's eyes, they can pass as being very childlike, but they are not children any more than they're men who are also extremely small sometimes. They are still men. They still feel masculine. They have all of the masculine anxieties that other men who are 6'7" tall have. So I think it's just very weird and dismissive to kind of put under a rug a whole portion of the populace who are small and who are going to look small, and that's just the way it is. But I think once you see her like kicking ass, everything kind of evens out. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. She's just very young looking. It's fine. How do you think a leftist would respond if you told them that projecting their values and standards on other cultures is nothing more than cultural imperialism? They would tell you to stop trolling and that trolls are not allowed in class and that being an edgelord is unacceptable and you need to check your attitude. Asians are white adjacent. That is true. Maybe they look younger from all the abuse that makes them so stressed out that their glands don't even work anymore. No, they're just very small. They're just very, very small. Some of the women and men could get very, very small. Yeah. Like there were men that I met in China who came from certain parts of the country who were so small, they would come up to me, like they had no sense of personal space and, Western etiquette. And they would like not like physically try to touch me, but they would get extremely close up into me, up into like my space, and they would stare up at me. Just stare. And then they might ask a question like, "Are you German?" Nisher Dugwa Renma. And I'd be like, "No. Sure. Densher Woda Baba sure. Helan Ren." I get to feel tall when I hang out with Asians. Yeah. Some of them. I went to an art college for a visit, and I had the joy of hanging out in the fashion department. And there were Mongolian girls who were like 6'5". Fantastic. They were gorgeous. Lovely, tall, legged, just huge girls. It was really funny. I felt small then. They were quite big. They were quite tall. They definitely had, I'm about 5'10", so they probably had 4 inches to 6 inches on me. I'm about 5'10". Which is not bad. It's above average. Amazons? Yeah, they were Amazons. Mongolian Amazons, though. Mongolian girls are beautiful. But yeah, I'm 5'10". Party's also very close to me in height. We're very tall. We're tall bitches. We're like built like tanks too. So I understand why they thought I was a German. I totally get it, but I'm not. I'm Dutch, please. It's like asking a Chinese person if they're Japanese. That's what it was like. I was like, I'm gonna not take offense to that, but no. Although technically, my maternal grandmother is of German stock, so they weren't completely far off. But then it took me like about 6 years until I could figure out ways to say that my maternal grandmother is German. Screaming internally. I wonder if there's some accidental eugenics that caused Asians to look younger. Gross men contributing collectively to increasing the also cursing their male offspring. You look more Scottish than anything else. Leo, the picture that I showed of me wearing the dress is not me, by the way. No. I have dark hair. Very dark hair. Like black. Almost black. I look white-skinned with very dark brown hair. So 1.75 tall and metric. Yeah, I think it's about like 1. When I was in China, they put me on a metric thing, and I think the laser came out 1.76. Except where it's gray. Fuck you. It's true. He's right. How do you know what I look like? Creepy. Maybe my face is, but I don't know how Leo knows what I look like. That's kind of scary. Dutch people are the ones with the funny shoes, right? Yes. Yeah, the klompen. It's true. Like, I probably do have more Scottish features, by the way, Leo. It's very possible, but I'm just very tall. So I think a lot of people are like, oh, you're very tall and very broad and, you know, fat. So maybe you're German. I didn't take offense, but it was like, okay, all right. Stop standing so close to me. Please get out of my bubble. Scots are also pale. Yes, I am very pale. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Oh, man. Did I tell you guys the other day, right? I went outside and I took sun. My arms were itching and I didn't know why. And it was because, like, my skin reacted. Part of Asian shortness is a lack of animal food in the diet. True. Even if you have genes to be taller, your body needs protein and fat. Bioavailable protein and fat from meat, eggs, and the like. Yes. Possible, Wooly. There were some men who were as tall as I was. But, Wooly, it was crazy. You don't smile much, as a good German would do? Okay. Now I'm getting freaked out. But I'm going to pull out this. So here is your average male. So there's like a proportion thing, right? So the proportion, I think, is 7 heads. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So like that, 7 heads. And I think it's like the waist comes to like the 3rd, I think, in drawing, or like somewhere in here. But the tall men in China that I saw, guess what? It was creepy. So like I put the head up here and, you know, the neck and the arms. Okay. And then the legs were down here. It was weird. Their torsos were oddly elongated. So, like, it became a thing for me to look at men's legs to see, like, do they have a thigh bone worth talking about? It's not your best NFT. You know what? For that, I'm going to draw you in here. This is Ben. You know what? I'll put some hair on the sides, but not the top. With some ears. Here's your ears. Here's your hair. You look so homeless now. Here, I'll put a thick doobie thing coming out of your mouth. I'm doing this with my mouse on purpose. this your unibrow? I don't know. At least Ben's got long legs relative to his height. Yeah, that's right. I don't know. I became obsessed with long legs after my time in China. I came out of it and I was like thirsty for a long leg. Michael Phelps, the swimmer, has a really long torso as well. His body is weird, but it was made for the sport. Yikes. Fucking if Chinese gacha games are any indication, the Han thirsts for legs. Yeah, they do. I would be. I was thirsting for legs when I came out of China. Apparently, HGH, human growth hormone, is getting increasingly popular among the Asian elite. Oh, wow. Where, it's like the Estonian dwarf from The Simpsons that's acting as Lisa Simpson. Gone are the days of the wealthy, short, pot-bellied capitalist. Did Ben just become Vizzini from Princess Bride? No. Never cross a Sicilian when death is on the line. Parents who want their kids to be pros in soccer academy will give them HGH in high school or even sometimes in middle school. Look, I saw some crazy stuff going on in China when I was there, but all countries have their hang-ups. All countries have their hang-ups. Messi took HGH. Happens all across the world. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially in sports, right? Isn't, like, doping kind of really normal? So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a fact. But I did find it interesting how it was very rare to see a long-legged Asian. They sometimes could get their bodies long, but not their legs. It was really wild. I'm gonna call this NFT Ben is small. Anyway. Okay, what time is it? What time? Being a taller man just in general is more attractive? Do you know how in this... Do you know how in this thing here... We were looking at this picture here. There was another one, right? I thought I took a photo of another one. Where is it? Oh, damn. Where is it? History. Female gaze.
I feel...
Where is it? That was women. There was another one, though. There was another one that was, like, about blue. It had, like, the blue bars. Do you remember that? Was it later? Oh, here it is. So if you look at this picture here, it is true that women have certain expectations of guys. And one of those expectations is that the guy be taller. I would say a large portion of women, I think a large portion of women would prefer a guy to be taller or fitter, right? I think that's a general assumption we could make. So, here, height preferences when choosing a partner might reflect adaptive mating strategies whereby tall men are deemed attractive to potential partners due to links with health and resource acquisition. So this is just a fancy way of saying women prefer men who are taller, not because they're taller, because it's about the tallness, it's because tallness is linked to being fitter and stronger. And if you are fitter and stronger, you can kill somebody to bring home bacon if you need to, or to protect the household, or to go out and get a better job. However, height preferences are highly variable across populations and could reflect socially constructed gender norms. Participants in the UK were given height-related questions. Although ideal height ratio did not correlate with any gender role endorsement measures in either women or men, women who placed greater importance on height scored higher on sexism, lower on feminism, and were less likely to find a short partner acceptable than a woman who placed less importance on partner height. Men who placed greater importance on height and men who described themselves as more traditionally masculine were less willing to accept a tall partner than men who scored lower on these measures. So essentially, men and women who are, according to this study, once again, we don't know. Like, we'd have to reach out to Aidan Paladin to check this. But according to this study, if you're a woman who is conservative, you are more likely to want a tall man. And if you are a man who is conservative, you will not accept a taller partner. Women who rate height as important wanted to feel feminine and protected, whereas men wanted to feel masculine and dominant. In this study, the male taller preference was exhibited, with women's preferences for tall partners being stronger than men's preferences for shorter partners. So it is true that men are less picky. Height preferences were related to gender norm endorsement, suggesting that gene culture, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we don't know how true this is, but I know for a fact that it was more possible for a white man to marry an Asian girl than for a white girl to marry an Asian man. And you would think, as an Asian, like a Chinese man, you would think as a Chinese man that you would be white on rice, right? Like sticking on to that single female, right? Who's in your country. There was a general, like, other than the guys who would come and, you know, get up in my space because they thought I was like a strange animal. That was not sexual, right? I wasn't freaking out that much because it wasn't sexual. It was literally curiosity, right? Most Chinese men, almost all of them, in my experience, after living there for 9 years, I got no real passes from any Chinese guy. Why? Because most of them were my height or shorter. And almost none of them want to have a female partner their same height. So this is where I think, like, I can kind of see this as being true, that there are a bunch of men who don't feel comfortable with having a woman who's taller than them, or even the same height as them. I certainly felt like that. There were tons and tons of guys who I've met in China who wouldn't even try to make a pass at me because I'm literally not attractive to them. And they feel intimidated. Physically intimidated. And we would be close to the same height. So this is just, it makes sense to me that there are a chunk of women who prefer to be shorter than their partner, and there are a chunk of men who prefer to be taller. But obviously, there's some men and some women who are fine with not having your standard, you know, composition, so to speak. Taller men are sometimes, but not always, reported to have higher reproductive success than shorter men. So the stats are out, apparently. That is to say, there is no definitive data suggesting that men who are taller have more success at reproducing. Like, Wooly, no offense, Wooly, but Wooly is super tall. Okay, he's dwarfing most people in chat. He's not married. He doesn't have a woman. He certainly doesn't have his pick of women. Because it's not just about being tall. You can be tall, and you simply might not feel like you're in the right headspace, or your job isn't good enough, or your personality's fucked up. Just because you're taller does not mean your life is, like, suddenly fixed. As a 5'2" male, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about, Foxy, since you're new, and hey, Vic, what we're talking about is that, like, men, according to this study, which was done in the UK, women prefer men who are taller than them, and men generally prefer women who are shorter than them. But men are more likely to be okay with a taller woman with them than a woman is to being, like, over, like, taller than their male partner. So women are a bit more picky than the guys. But the women and guys who are picky are doing so not just because of biology and evolution, but because of certain gender or cultural norms. There's like a mixture. There's like a biological, you know, evolutionary reason, historical reason, right? Like you want your man to be able to pick up a gun and shoot somebody or overpower them physically with a machete. So women are going to seek a man who is physically competent. But it does say here that taller men are not necessarily going to just get the bitches all the time. You know? Can we somehow inject Latina culture into Asia so we can get men to be willing to be dominated by crazy women? It's not about domination, Sim. There's plenty of females dominating males in Asia. Don't get it twisted here. So, for example, in Asia, mothers have a lot of weight over their sons. So just because you're a man doesn't mean that you're just absent of getting avoiding getting dominated. There are tons of crazy women who dominate men in China, especially the moms. The mom-in-laws have a lot of power, so the mother of the husband is massive. The problem is about feeling physically confident when your partner is an inch or two taller than you, or more than an inch or two tall. So, like, I am about 1.75, 1.76, give or take, centimeters. I'm about 5'10". I was taller than a lot of men. And even if I wasn't taller than them, they were not taller than me, right? We were, like, of the same height most of the time. There were some taller men, usually with Uyghur or other minority culture genetics involved. But your average Han Chinese man was my height or shorter, okay? And a lot of those men didn't feel comfortable dating a white girl who could probably crush them in her sleep by accident. So they just were like, eh. And it wasn't just me. There were other women who were taller and very athletic and physically super attractive. I will admit I'm not super attractive. They were like super attractive. They didn't get passes either. They just don't pass. Like, women usually do not find Asian men to be more open to like physical difference like that. There are also probably men who overcompensate on dominant traits because of the same insecurity, but they still want to pursue their relationship. Yep, true. True. Then you have the step on me bros. True. Yep. Bigger, taller men are seen as protective. Meanwhile, me, who has the battle stats of newborn kitten, is like, yeah, I could protect, but I know I'll get bodied by an able-bodied girl. Yeah, so here's the thing that I do think is important, is that in this rush, in this right-wing rush to promote traditional values, I think men who are smaller built, are getting stepped on and kind of ignored. There's this push, right? This whole, like, fresh and fit bullshit and the whole Andrew Tate thing. While there's a kernel of truth there that men have been disempowered and disrespected, at the same time, it puts unreasonable pressure on men to live up to standards that don't need to exist. For every short man out there, there is a short woman who's ready to look up to them. You know what I mean? Like, look at the Filipino people. They are all height challenged, but their men are protecting their women, and their women are lovely creatures, and they're making tons of babies. So, like, I personally, like, I think this over focus on height, whether it's left wing or right wing, I do think it's damaging. I think the important part is, like, you find the person who you're meant to be with. And maybe that person might not be as small as you would like, or might not be as big as you would like, but you recognize they have something you can learn from them. They need you, you need them, that kind of thing. You're partners. I came here because of the Utopia Nerd live stream. What? I do not know. I rarely find women my height. Sounds like a Hallmark movie. Utopia Nerd. I rarely find women my height. 5'2". I would like to see the return of the dapper and trim man who isn't a Hulk as a protagonist. Oh my gosh. Wooly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, I was thinking of, like, Lord Peter Wimsey. I don't know if you guys know of Dorothy Sayers' book, but she wrote a series of books about a mystery detective post World War One, before World War Two. And he's older, so it's a protagonist who is older. And basically he is like, I calculated his height once, because I was obsessed with that book series, and I think he was like 5'9" or 10, and he felt it, right? Like he was feeling it as 5'9" or 10. So, yeah. Whoa. Party deleted stuff. Okay, should I help delete? Maybe I should. I feel like they stopped now. When I was 20 years old, people smaller than me refused to consider me as a date based on my height, so it was one of the reasons I stopped pursuing people in my 20s. Well, we were just saying, Foxy, that when people are young, they say and do stupid shit, okay? Don't judge the fairer sex for what they're doing below the age of 25. Same thing with men, Foxy. Like, I've had boys tell me before, and my own brothers sometimes, say things to me that were cruel. Like, downright cruel. But that doesn't mean that every man feels that way, or that every man will feel that way. Reducing masculinity to physical strength and size is shallow. It is. Right? So what we were saying before, Foxy, is like, you can't. There are so many women. Okay, this is what we were discussing today. I don't know, you missed it, but you can see here in this picture here. This is where women view themselves as 3.6, so kind of fugly, 4.0, like kind of overweight, and their ideal is here. They think being attractive is over here, and this is what other women are telling them, way over here. So this is this length between current and peer ideal is how little women feel that they measure up. This is the vast canyon of insecurity that women constantly battle. Okay? And some of this is made worse by men saying shit. Right? Some of this is worse because men say shit. Especially when they are young, when they are teens. So, this is, unfortunately, right, just the way things are. Does that mean that Wooly and Leo and Ben and Jonathan and Foxy and Vic and everybody else here, Herman, everybody, does that mean that every single man in here is an asshole who's shitting on a woman for not being as pretty as she could be? Or maybe not being as skinny as she could be? No. Right? So that's why I always encourage people, don't get it into your head that what you experienced before a certain age is somehow the hard and fast rule. Because that does not define the sex as a whole. Right? The stuff that happened to me, thanks to men, does not define men as a whole. Right? Shitting on men because some men were assholes is not the way to go. And disbelieving in women because some women were assholes, that's not the way either. Right? So we gotta be gracious to each other and understand that when people are teens, they're stupid and they're shallow and they don't know what they're talking about. I dunk on women for reasons entirely separated from their attractiveness. Okay. Okay. It's biology. We shouldn't justify everything with nature, but nature can explain a lot. That's kind of how I view it. So I think it's helpful to understand why people have historically viewed things a certain way, but how that might also be different now. So for example, historically, I think having somebody like 6'7" Wooly would be very, advantageous. Because there's a higher chance that this man will beat to death our neighbor who might be coming over with his Stone Age axe. But in this day and age, where you might potentially have a conceal and carry law, your 5'2" small king is just as capable of pulling out a gun and popping off a bro in our bedroom, right? So, like, it's all, you know, things I think change over time as well. With technology, with certain advances, there's just some things that it's advantageous to have height and weight and muscle and fitness, but sometimes it's also about being smart and strategic and, you know, carrying a gun or something. Wooly is a minotaur ready to crack you in half. I mean, he is... Have you heard Wooly's voice, Foxy? It's like Liam Neeson, but maybe a bit better. I actually think I've heard Jonathan's voice as well. Jonathan has a nice voice. I haven't had to raise a hand in anger in years. No, Wooly just pulls out his gotcha gifs, and then everybody flees. I find that the true mature massive men are kind of like massive dogs. You know, like the actual massive dogs, the Great Danes, they're so chill. They're just like, eh, right? So like a mature, moral, massive man is usually extremely laid back, in my humble experience and opinion. The yappy, chip on the shoulder mouthiness comes from short men who are trying to prove something. Liam Neeson is also super tall. Yes, I know. The key is not to get a chip on your shoulder. I've learned from experience that I can actually accidentally roll over and kill someone. Why I don't talk now. There's a self-confidence that a man of any height has. Filipino men have it, Malaysian men have it, some Chinese men have it. It's this casual confidence. I'll tell a story. At the school that I first taught at in China, there was a young Chinese man who worked as the IT support. He was shorter than me, I believe. It's hard for me to remember people's physical characteristics because they don't really matter that much. He was a bit shorter than me. He was very slight, underweight, not physically fit guy. Just, you know, a tinier man. But he had a gentle spirit, very fun, approachable. He didn't have a chip on his shoulder. He wasn't trying to prove anything. And within 2 months, he had caught the eye of an American girl who was a little bit taller than him. And they fell in love. But the American girl couldn't speak Chinese very well, and he couldn't speak English very well. So they ended up studying each other's languages over time to get to know each other better. And they ended up marrying and having kids together. And there have been men in my life who were short, and you could tell that they knew they were short. And that's all that they thought about, and it flavored how they behaved. And it came off yappy and defensive, and nobody wanted to be with them. But I also met men who were incredibly attractive men who were shorter than myself. I thought they were incredibly attractive and huggable. And they were laid back, chill, didn't give a shit, were living their best lives, and it was great to be with them. And it was, you know, they obviously weren't attracted to me because, you know, I'm a bit of a wallflower. But I thought that height for me never mattered, but I know for some women it matters. And it's a shame because I think sometimes they miss out on good guys. My casual confidence is not banging my head against the kitchen tables as I walk past. Yeah, you need to, you might need to move. Go away for a bit. Travel. I don't remember this Asian man. They look the same. I can see his face. I can see his face. I know his eyes were the color of yellow, gold. He came from a village, and he came from like the countryside. And I remember that his features were unusual, and that this particular Chinese guy that my American friend married had eyes like a hawk. They were colored like a light gold color. But I don't remember how tall he is. Because once again, height doesn't really matter to me. Except for, I will admit, like, I will look at longer leg bones. But that's just China PTSD. We have the term Napoleon complex. Yeah. Joe Rogan is a walking, talking Napoleon complex. Yeah, maybe. Casual confidence. Actually, just constantly making sure they don't bang their head on the doorway as they walk through. Oh my gosh. I had cousins who would hit their head on the doorway. My boss's head is about level with my ribcage. Hasn't stopped him from getting married, having 2 children, and starting a chain of supermarkets before age 40. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. I have great respect for small kings. I do. I do. And I would totally marry somebody my height or a bit shorter. I don't see a big deal about it. But I know that there are extremely shallow women out there, or women who just have personal preferences, right? But men have personal preferences too. Some men prefer big booba or thick thighs or junk in the trunk. Women shouldn't take, umbrage about that either. Is there a Napoleon complex for tall people? No, we just call those tyrants, right? Assholes. Criminals. I don't think we have a complex term for people with tall... I had a tall person complex in the sense that I didn't like being tall for a long time. And I told myself I wasn't really tall. And then when COVID hit, I went out for a bus ride and I realized I was tall. And I was like, ah, shit. Also, being tall is a downside because everyone expects you to reach for shit. That's also a downside to being tall. And if you look sturdy, which I look sturdy, they think, oh, you can work for long periods of time and, like, not get hurt often and stuff. And I'm like, ah, damn. But anyway, it is now, let's see, 12:30. I'm going to end it here. We got, not counting the trailers and the extra Hallmark skit, I think we got 2 videos down. So I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. Maybe 3. Being tall in a country where most people are shorter than you by fair margins is annoying. Everything from clothes to furniture is too small. Don't get me started, Wooly. Don't get me started. I worked at that chocolate factory. My back was broken. Because all of the... Wooly, are you struggling with, like, counters that are, like... Does Party have a gun? Again? a gun. No, she's in Canada still. She does not have a gun. I don't think Party will ever get a gun. Yeah, as I've grown into my 30s, I stopped caring about height. Oh, that's good. And I think a lot of normal women don't care either. Normal women. Normal. That's the key. I think most people in their young adult stage care for appearance and ideals, then chill out. Yes. Yeah. I chilled. I didn't chill out. I burned out. I burnt out like when I was like 18. I was like, never mind. Fuck it. Be true to my heart. We'll see about that. No. There's no seeing about it, Leo. I mean, she could change her mind. Never say never, but she's quite insistent. So you could always ask her, but she's quite insistent about it. She's very Canadian. She's actually more Canadian than I am. The counter at the shop I work at is level with my thighs. Ew! Register screen is level with my... Oh! Does your back not hurt, Wooly? It would hurt. Ben can come work at your place. Sounds like it's a world made for Ben. It's why the pill is black. It's burnt. Yeah, it's from burnout. The black pill I'm black pilled because I burned out. That sounds horrible, Wooly. How does your back not kill you the whole time? Do you have like a stool you can sit at? I would be raging. I worked at a chocolate factory and it had super low counters because like most of the people were short and I was like, holy moly. It's to strengthen my core and back muscles. Yeah. Goodness. Take care, Herman. Also, Herman, update us on your health. Let us know how you are. In general chat, please. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so let's... Bye-bye, Herman. Yes, Foxy? Went to a comic event yesterday. Okay. I'll send stickers of what I got. Ooh, yeah. Send us pictures of what you got and stuff. Probably you're chill with the superficial stuff when you get older because you realize you can't keep that youthful beauty if you had it in the first place. Yeah. And Leo, you and I know that some of us never had it in the first place, so we wake up earlier and faster. Right? Right, Leo? We found the 14 table instantly. I was an ugly duckling. Yeah, that's okay. 14 table. So you got a whole bunch of 14 stuff? That sounds exciting. Their stuff was inspired? Okay. I will not confirm nor deny. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, Zoomer. Well, it's past 12, past midnight, so I'm actually going to call it here. I loved hanging out with all of you guys. Thank you all for coming in. I'm sure I'll kind of chill out and feel better by next week, I should hope. Unless I have bad news about school and loans and shit, but, in which case I will be like a cat lying on the bed type of gif. But, I'm going to call it here because I do have class in the morning and I want to chill for a bit and not be social. But be sure to show stickers of of what you got, Foxy, or anything else that you got. And I'll try to catch these more often, says Vic. Well, don't try to stress yourself out too much, Vic. You know, you're doing good work over there with your art. It's like OMG. But, yeah, I will try to stream again on Sunday. Not sure what we're doing. I know that September 8th we have 7.56 is dropping. So I might be streaming maybe a week or so after. Maybe a week after the patch releases, we'll stream that. So that's coming up sooner than we think. But yeah, very exciting. Do keep in touch in Discord. I should be more able to respond to stuff because for the next 2 weeks at least, I will, air quote, be freer. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to end it here. Once again, thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Bye.